on the most effective ways of bringing relief to Nigerians from the challenges confronting the nation's economy. The management and editorial leadership of Vanguard Limited warmly welcome you to the 8th edition of the annual. At this discourse, thank you very much.
Actually, the speech I have to deliver is the one by which the Vice President declares the event open. So it's not particularly a very short address. I just needed to alert you. And so I'll be delving into the speech now, and then we'll see how it goes. I recognize the publisher, Uncle Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, it was my profound pleasure to have accepted to speak at this year's edition of the Vanguard Economic Discourse. However, due to the competing exigencies of office, I am unable to be present physically. Still, I convey my profound best wishes to the founder of the Vanguard newspaper, Uncle Sam Amuka Pemu, to the editor, and all the amazing people who work at the famed newspaper brand, which has been around for more than 4 decades. I say a big earthy congratulations on your achievement and for being vanguards towards the achievement of the national aspiration, of our national aspirations, and a better world at large. The theme of today's event, Reforms in an Era of Global Uncertainties, speaks to the economic realities of every country in a world where there are no guarantees and where variables that determine economic success tend to morph at the speed of technology and innovation, changing with so much rapidity in uncharted patterns that even the most astute of systems will struggle to keep abreast. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to take a historical view, because history not only tells us where we are coming from and where we are and why we are where we are today, but also where we must be heading now. In the year 2020, the world went through a never-before-seen global pandemic occasioned by an unprecedented shutdown of all economies in the world. There was then a global economic recession, which nations are not only just clambering out of, and for most of them, very gingerly. Nigeria was no exception to that reality, and some of the decisions precipitated by COVID-19, such as the unprecedented resort to overdrawing of ways and means limit, are being resolved today with the commitment of our government never again to engage in such practices, even as we bravely walk down those overdrafts. It must be noted that the approach of the Bola Tinubu administration has been to take the ways and means situation head-on, setting very tight time limits towards resolving them, classifying the loans properly as part of national debt, and ensuring that any new debts are properly structured. It has been a Herculean task, given that almost every other country on earth, including highly developed nations, are still warehousing their own exposures created in that time in tiding over the period in their central banks and through other means. I urge you to think about this effort, given that we have taken a path of strict discipline, total transparency, and accountability. Perhaps this, among other efforts, is responsible for the recent upgrades of our sovereign ratings by the world's best rating agencies. We are on a mission to somewhere greater. Perhaps I should also take a minute to discuss my perspective about what you have termed global economic uncertainties before looking specifically at our country, Nigeria. The global pandemic will still go down as the most significant event of our time when the history is written. I will urge that we'll deeply think about that occurrence and not confine its significance into the dustbin of history just yet, or shrug it off so that we may not keep repeating the mistakes of the past. In that era, every country needed to take care of its own people. There was a lot of uncertainty about whether tomorrow will come at all, even as millions died across the globe. Nigeria was lucky to have contained the pandemic through valiant effort of our frontline officers and government, national and subnational. That said, uncertainty was clearly defined by many economic thinkers at that period as a key theme that may define the rest of this decade. Uncertainty. The concern about uncertainty in this era is ubiquitous. It encompasses uncertainty in the minds of consumers, households, company executives, and political leaders alike. This decade started on that note. The concept of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, became received wisdom for all. It must be said that uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity could turn out as an advantage for some and disadvantage for others. Therefore, positioning is key in today's world. The clarion call is therefore continuous for Nigeria and Nigerians to continue to understand global trends and to position appropriately to be on the right side of history. As we like to say, Naija no dey carry last. Our astuteness, our resilience, creativity, ingenuity remain our most important assets, which we must continue to leverage for the greatness of our land. There are many factors that may precipitate uncertainty. One of them is the rapidity with which technology is evolving on a per-second basis. We now live in the age of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things. Innovation has now developed wings on its own, leaving human beings guessing where the next novelty will come from and what type of impact it will have on humans. We are in the age of technological unemployment, which Maynard Keynes in his time tried to broach. But we must notice that as technology renders millions jobless around the world, in what Yuval Noah Harari once described as the rise of the useless class, millions of new jobs are also being created still for those who have tooled themselves ready for tectonic changes happening around the world. And I know a number of our youths understand what I'm saying. Many of them are working remotely for companies all around the world now. They're not telling some of us who are older people. This is why my office, that's the Office of the Vice President, has anchored what is known as the IDICE, Investment in Digital and Creative Initiatives and Industries, a $617 million project in the first instance, which is geared at training more than 2 million youths in the latest innovations in technology and creative sector, while unleashing 5 million new jobs in Nigeria. We have also launched the OTNI, Outsource to Nigeria initiative, which hopes to train and tool 74,000 youths in the first instance and get them ready for the global market. More on this shortly. Still ruminating over the uncertainty that defines our world today, creating considerable volatility, especially in developing nations like ours, we need to include other centrifugal factors such as insecurity, global economic downturns, external instabilities leading to slump in commodity prices, natural disasters, global geopolitics, such as is happening around the world now, call it Iran, Palestine, all of that, and a number of other occurrences that are outside of our control. Internally, Nigeria has a number of concerns to wrestle down, from insecurity to economic diversification, to energy stability, food insecurity, industrialization, productivity, high inflation, and a host of others. As I will explain below, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is valiantly tackling many of these issues in a decisive manner, and there's hope for our young ones here present. We are certain that in a short while, every Nigerian will see clearly emerging a new, fully energized nation ready to face the world and to take an elevated space in the pantheon of nations. Everybody's contribution to this new vista that we seek is highly welcome, and we must banish unproductive cynicism. We urge every Nigerian, old and young alike, to view their nation positively, to notice some of the positively profound changes happening around them, and to make themselves available for these new opportunities. If there's a single word I can search for to describe the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it has to be decisiveness. One of the greatest attributes of leadership is visioning. Another is decisiveness in doing what may not be popular but is necessary. As we all line up behind the great leader who embeds a great vision for our nation, we committed to the success of key reforms, chiefly around the removal of petroleum subsidies and finding a workable value for the Naira. May 29, 2023 was a decisive moment, and we believe that the promises of our government will be attained under the leadership of our President. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, it is right to consider the efforts of our administration and to seek your continued support. As stated above, we have tried to institute transparency in governance. We have tried to curb waste and excesses being paraded as subsidies. And we have embarked on reforms that will eventually stabilize our exchange rate so that investors, businesses, and households may be able to plan forward with a level of improved certainty. These are basic reforms that are necessary to propel us forward. But on the flip side, we have also instituted as many as 100 new policies impacting Nigerians in all ways of life. Firstly, we have created at least 5 new ministries: gas, housing, tourism, creative economy, and blue economy, to help capture the productivity of our human capital in some erstwhile neglected sectors. These new ministries' efforts are geared at adding considerably to the growth of our gross domestic product, GDP. Mr. President also recently rejigged his economic team to obtain the vast experience and savviness of top private sector leaders, alongside forming an economic emergency task force. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of projects and programs, I want to draw your attention to a few of them. We have launched and put in place a 200 billion naira business intervention fund for our nano, micro, small and medium companies, enterprises. We have 39 million of them, and they constitute about 11% of the global population of MSMEs. Nigeria alone contributes 11% of the global population of MSMEs. This underlines the Nigerian spirit. Mr. President keeps reminding us that our first name is Can Do and our surname is Spirit. In the housing sector, we have since commenced the building of a targeted 250,000 housing units in what we call the renewed hope cities. And a lot of that is coming to you here in Lagos. A portal was opened just yesterday to allow for the transparent and democratic approach for Nigerians to get involved. On infrastructure, we have launched 20 trillion Renew Hope Infrastructure Fund with hopes of attracting a lot more investment to totally transform infrastructure in Nigeria. The 700 kilometers Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is one of those initiatives. There's also the 1,000 kilometer Badagry to Sokoto Highway, which will open up so many communities that it passes through. Add to that 481 kilometer Trans-Sahara Road, which links the southeast of Nigeria with FCT and Benue, Kogi, and Nasarawa State. Nigeria is seeing a burst of well-constructed roads at the national and subnational level, and this will continue under our administration. There's also the launch of Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation, which has seen over 1.9 million Nigerians applying for over 2 trillion in barely 2 weeks of its launch. There is much enthusiasm in the land for those who have remained positive. What about the Student Loan Fund, which is kicking off this week? This is another novel initiative directed at our youth. Just last week, Mr. President launched the Ano Gas Project, 3 projects in Imo State, which are meant to add an additional 500 million cubic feet, or 25%, to Nigeria's gas stock. We are also in the process of adding 90,000 kilometers of fiber optics to take Nigeria's internet penetration to 70%. Ladies and gentlemen, to tackle food insecurity, our Ministry of Agriculture has embarked on massive project in wheat and other products and have covered already over 120,000 hectares of new cultivation in this season alone, with a target of 500,000 hectares. This is aimed at saving Nigeria the $5 billion we spend importing wheat yearly. In addition, with the support of our government is lending to our private sector-led oil refineries and the rejuvenation of some of the state-owned facilities, the $25 billion we spend yearly importing petroleum and other refined products will soon be a thing of the past, allowing the Naira a much-deserved breather. The investment in rice over the years is paying dividends as existing farms continue to produce. Nigeria is now known as one of the major rice producers in the world, and the billions of dollars we used to expend as a nation in rice importation has since ebbed. We believe as we walk down inflation, prices of these staples will come down considerably. We'll also add to our noticeable achievement the innovation that we have carried out in the immigrations and visa processing, which is greatly improving Nigeria's image and encouraging businesses and tourism, and the harmonization of import and export processing, the harmonization of taxes, which intends to streamline and ensure that only those with the means will be taxed. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President has been able to secure more than $20 billion in potential investment into the country, including $14 billion from India, $250 million from the Netherlands, and commitments of $500 million for lithium development in Nasarawa State, as well as another $500 million from Germany and into renewables. That one is for renewables. The Siemens power project sector picks up speed presently and will be able to show salutary effect on our energy sufficiency in good time. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has always maintained that we don't know it all. We are a humble but determined government open to ideas and refinements from well-meaning members of society. We are not afraid to backtrack and review if a policy would impose undue hardship on Nigerians, as has been seen over time. This administration is not out to make the lives of Nigerians tougher, but to make the Nigerian economy sustainable and the lives of our people more enjoyable. Be rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, that the next few years will be full of positive achievements, improvements in standards of living, higher productivity, food security, bumper harvest, and remarkable achievements with the guidance and grace of Almighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have further ambitions. We are leveraging on the knowledge of globalization to get into value chains, global value chains, by ensuring that Nigerian companies get involved in the manufacture of complex products by contributing value-adding components to complex production all over the world. We will continue to push for our exporters to take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We will continue to invest more and more in our most important resource, human beings. And we are developing several programs to counter the oftentimes false narratives that have been built up against the image of our country. We hope to precipitate a reverse brain drain and ensure that Nigeria is able to attract know-how embedded in the best brains from around the world. This is how we hope to truly diversify our economy away from dependence on a single product. We are also thinking beyond adding value to natural resources, as Mr. President has directed, to developing more capabilities and capacities in many more areas of our economy, including manufacturing, technology, industry, and the creative sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that our promises stand. Our leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a promise keeper. We, as lieutenants, will do all within our powers to deliver those promises. We shall not shirk our projection to achieve a $1 trillion GDP by 2031, which strongly suggests that our economy must start growing in double digits. We will capture every growth from every sector in the economy. Trust us to give it a best shot, the best shot possible. As they say, those who aim for the skies are likely to find themselves among the stars. We will also strive to improve the per capita incomes of Nigeria and to protect our most vulnerable citizens from the elements. Again, my appeal today is for your support, understanding, perspective, contribution, your productivity, your perseverance, your sacrifice, because we have no other country but our beautiful country, Nigeria. Join us in this Herculean turnaround journey. Once again, I thank Vanguard for the invite and the opportunity to speak and share our vision. And on this note, on behalf of His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, I hereby declare this dialogue open. God bless Vanguard newspapers and God bless the Federal Republic of
Nigeria. To deliver a keynote speech on behalf of Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please, may we welcome Mr. Blasi Ijebo, the Director of Risk Management of the Central Bank of Nigeria, to deliver the keynote speech. Please put your hands together for him.
I'm going to be speaking as a representative of the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. But permit me to make a caveat that I will not be making any policy statement today. Anything that is perceived as a policy statement today, let me assure you it is not. As the first speaker said, we are going to be talking about reforms in the era of global economic uncertainties with Nigeria. I will read parts of the speech, but I will also interject to give it more color and flavor as we go along. So please bear with me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to deliver this keynote address at this auspicious occasion of the 2024 Vanguard Economic Summit. I'm very delighted to be here today, particularly the fact that I'm in the midst of great intellectual minds and great assets to our great nation, Nigeria. I'm also pleased about the aptness and the timeliness of the topic for this year's summit. The theme, Reforms in the Era of Global Economic Uncertainties with Nigeria, embodies for me the tough challenges and the trade-offs that policymakers worldwide are having to make or are having to navigate in response to the choppy headwinds and economic turbulence we all face. In this era that had been aptly captured as the VUCA era, which is the era of volatility, uncertainty, is characterized by choppiness of the headwinds that are driven by unending stream of shocks in the global and the regional sphere. This has led to what we term today as an elevated level of global uncertainty. It is true, there is an index called the World Uncertainty Index that measures how uncertain the world is today. And the last report of that index says that, and I like the way it summarizes it, so let me read it for you. It says, the shocks that have shaken the global economy in recent years have introduced a new normal for turbulence. These episodes of turbulence, driven in some cases by political fragmentation between countries, these episodes also lifted uncertainty to exceptionally high levels, which in turn hurts economic growth. And I think that's the part that we are particularly interested in today. The uncertainties that we are seeing globally is having significant impact on economic growth and economic outcomes. On its part, the IMF said recently that we are expecting a growth rate of about 3.2% globally. However, it was quick to mention that there are clear risks to the achievement of this economic growth level, and it names those risks as including tight financial conditions, disruptions to global supply chains, geopolitical tensions, and economic fragmentation. The economic market, or the financial market tightening that we have seen globally has been as a result of monetary authorities taking steps to rein in inflation. And as the market tightened, that has had impact on developing economies like ours, because we have seen flights of investment leaving developing economy back to safety as they worry about risk and uncertainties. Energy and financial markets, as well as world trade routes, have also been impacted significantly by conflicts, especially the crisis in the Middle East and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which we have seen impacting on trade routes and other markets. These impacts have resulted in a drag on economic growth and has caused significant inflationary pressure. In addition, we have also seen fragmentations that started during the COVID-19, where governments have resorted more to protectionism, to keeping more of what they produce to protect themselves. These kind of protectionism have created uncertainties in global trade. Furthermore, the growth in global debt levels, especially amongst developing countries that are also struggling to pay or to cover the debt repayment schedule, has also created some additional uncertainty in the economic environment. On the domestic front, we have been faced with uncertainty driven by high inflationary pressure, FX volatility, rising debt burden, and slowing economic growth. The challenge of high inflation in Nigeria is driven largely by food inflation due to the rising cost of transport, of farm produce, infrastructure-related constraints, security challenges on food-producing areas, and exchange rate pass-through to domestic prices for imported goods. All of this have created uncertainty for businesses and for homes. Another concern that we face is the volatility in the foreign exchange market, which over the years have been driven by market distortions and reduced supply of foreign exchange, which have created opportunity for speculative activities that have impacted the price and the rate and the value of the naira. In addition, we've had concerns, or more or less, we've prioritized as one of the things that we need to do, increasing the capacity of the banking system to be able to facilitate the size of transactions that will help us build and establish the $1 trillion economy that Mr. President has envisioned. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, having identified some of the challenges versus the abundant human resources, which is typified by the great talents and intellectual capacity that I see across the room this morning, and the natural resources in our land, we certainly deserve better outcomes than the current economic realities that we find ourselves. In responding to these uncertainties, and indeed to any kind of uncertainties, the need for appropriate focus and unwavering reforms cannot be overemphasized. As the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, I remain committed to reposition the bank to deliver meaningful, data-driven, and sustainable solutions with clear positive impact on the livelihood of all Nigerians. However, addressing these challenges requires the concerted effort of all stakeholders, especially the monetary and fiscal authorities working in harmony. I therefore wish to acknowledge the contribution of Vanguard newspaper in organizing this very important summit as a platform for collaboration and synergy in the march towards our common goal of a larger and more resilient economy. When I was being ushered in, I had the opportunity to greet the publisher and his adorable wife, and I was wanting to whisper to them a big thank you for putting this together. Because we hope that at the end of this summit, we'll be able to harvest many new and germane ideas that we would mix with available data to move our country forward. Like you all know, we're always on the lookout for new ideas, for new collaboration, for new ways to add value to our economy and to build our economy and make it work for all of us. On our part, my team and I in the Central Bank of Nigeria are determined to continue to implement bold reforms to make the economy work for all Nigerians. We have embarked on tightening the bank's monetary policy to address inflationary pressure in the economy and believe that the results will become evident in the near term. Luckily, we are already seeing deceleration in inflation, evidenced by a decline in the month-on-month growth in headline and food inflation rates based on our March 2024 numbers. We remain committed to use all the orthodox monetary policy tools available to us to address inflation. We have also embarked on major reforms to liberalize the foreign exchange market, which has enhanced transparency, reduced arbitrage opportunity, promoted stability, and improved liquidity in the market. The settlement of all valid FX forwards, which was one of my commitments when I came on as Central Bank of Nigeria, as the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, has also improved the confidence of stakeholders. We are already seeing the result of this reform in the growth of FX flows into the country. In fact, the FX flows into the country in Q1 of 2024 was 136% of the total inflows that we had in the whole of 2023. I think that deserves a round of applause. In addition, we are working to address the challenges in the BDC segment. To this end, we have developed and revised regulatory and supervisory guidelines for bureau d'echanges operation in Nigeria. This is aimed at ensuring that BDCs play the right role that they have been envisioned to play in the foreign exchange market. In addition, we have also revoked the license of BDCs who it has been established have been involved in unwholesome practices. Also, we continue to be focused on increasing the flows from diaspora remittances into the economy via official channels to improve liquidity in the foreign exchange market. We are working closely with key stakeholders in this segment, and recently, to push this forward, we licensed 14 new IMTOs, which are international money transfer operators, to enhance competition, efficiency, and transparency in the foreign exchange market. We continue to be committed to a transparent and functional FX market where price discovery is based on market-driven frameworks, and we are confident that this will lead to long-term stability of the Naira, which I know is what all of us seek. Let us be able to know exactly what the rate of the Naira is at any given time. Furthermore, the bank is in the process of implementing far-reaching reforms in the banking system, which includes increasing the capital requirement for banks to improve financial system stability and enhance the capacity of banks to support the 1 trillion economy envisioned by Mr. President. Measures are also being taken to ensure good ethical and professional practices in the banks by enforcing compliance with enhanced corporate governance guidelines. Distinguished participants, I am pleased to note that some of our bold actions are already bearing fruits, evidenced by the improvement in Nigerian foreign credit rating and the commendations from the World Bank and other multilateral institutions. We are confident that the prudent implementation of our reform program will restore the economy to the path of inclusive and accelerated economic growth in the near term. I would like to acknowledge that much more work is required to address our economic challenges. But let me assure you that the Central Bank of Nigeria is committed to and will continue to enhance its effort to deliver on its mandate of promoting monetary and price stability in Nigeria. The CBN will continue to strengthen its collaboration with other regulators as well as with fiscal authorities in order to deliver sustained and inclusive economic growth. In doing this, the Central Bank will pay attention to all the deliberations of this summit for further ideas and opportunities to help us steer the economic affairs of our country towards a stable and prosperous future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude my remarks by thanking once again Vanguard newspaper for its commitment and contributions to the economic development of Nigeria by regularly organizing these economic summits. Thank you for your attention.
I was looking at the program, and I have the president of NASIMA delivering his speech before my address. It was what I was trying to point out. I understand it wasn't a mistake. You want me to speak before he does. Good morning, and welcome to the this year the Vanguard discourse. The I thank Uncle Sam and the Vanguard family for periodically putting this together. The last time I was meant to attend before it was called off because of the outbreak of the pandemic was year 2020. We had prepared. I was meant to be the keynote speaker. I've written a long piece, about Nigeria's economic outlook. I eventually published it, but the session was called off because of the pandemic. Thank God the pandemic has come and it has gone. And here we are again. So, Uncle Sam, thank you for giving us the opportunity to reflect on Nigeria's situation and mapping a way forward. I would like to, I have only 10 minutes, so I'll minimize the time I spend on protocol, but I wish to recognize His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, with the former Minister of Industries, Mrs. Onikepo Akonde. I recognize all of you. Offer my reflection on the theme of today's discourse. We are in the midst of global economic uncertainty. And fortunately, Nigeria has a new government, Tinubu Shetima administration, that gives Nigeria an opportunity to look at things afresh. And they are pursuing what they have described as renewed hope. The unique feature of their administration, as I would like to note, I said this in the paper that I had written shortly after the election, that since the democratic transition in Nigeria, in 1999, this is the first time Democrats who struggled for the democratic transition are having a bite at the presidential cherry. Ironically, Nigeria's transition had, produced two retired, military officers, former heads of states. So you struggled to break free from the military, and 16 years of the 24 had been under, retired military officers. This is the first time you have people who were at the forefront of the struggle occupying, Aso Rock. So the country and the democratic class cannot afford to fail. This 30-year struggle, and both the president and the vice president had been members of the National Assembly. They've been senators. Both of them have been state governors, 8 years. So they are leading, and they can speak to, relate with the subnational. They can relate with the legislator. So they have no reason to fail. And the rest of us should also not give them any excuse. They need to succeed, regardless of the daunting task that the global reality presents. So it is in that regard that I will, contribute my own, 3 very simple suggestions. And the first is that I see what the government is doing, trying to find money with which to run the government, with which to maintain people's welfare, to transform its infrastructure. And I have a very simple message for them as far as fiscal struggle, fiscal situation is concerned, that the major lesson coming from the global uncertainty is that the age when you can rely on GDP or income to generate the resources you need to run government is in the past. We are facing a post-industrial transition, and the major loss in that transitory process is income, is output. That our own GDP has declined steadily over the last 10 years, since 2015, from $600 billion US dollars to $350 billion today. So if that's what you are trying to tax or borrow against, our exports leads the decline. So if you are trying to rely on exports or tax or debt, you borrow against income, which is the error of the past decade, that both the Jonathan administration that was there when the oil commodity prices collapsed, and the Buhari regime needed to find a path away from income dependence towards asset dependence. You find that any country that is still struggling to depend on, income or output, including Japan, including Germany, including all the Euro area countries that were industrial champions and were trade champions, are stagnating or in decline. Japan shares the common feature with Nigeria that its GDP has declined steadily over the last 1 decade. So it's not about, I'm strong, I'm an industrial giant. It's about the reality of global post-industrial transition is that output dependence is a thing of the past. Replace that with asset dependence. And some of the best examples of countries depending on assets include the United States, that continues to grow steadily, led by its companies. India, that has jumped from being the 10th GDP in the world to the 5th, and will soon be the 3rd. We soon overtake Japan and Germany to be the 3rd largest GDP. And you look at what they are doing. They are connecting global liquidity to their local assets. And I had the CEO of Invest India say that since 2015, they have attracted $500 billion US dollars in FDI. So it really doesn't matter what they lose from exports. They're able to generate and more than compensate for it by turning to assets. Nigeria is rich in assets. Look at Saudi leveraging on assets. Look at UAE or even Malaysia. So to find the resources to meet welfare needs, to do infrastructure, to be strong, to build reserves. I heard all that the central bank governor, said, and that's going to be my second point. Turn to assets. Nigeria is very rich in assets. We are rich in state-owned companies, and we need to take them to the market. Raise 1% equity, raise 5% equity. I'm not saying sell them. Establish their market value. So we don't even know what they are worth. Our balance sheet is very weak. Compare that with Saudi that took Aramco to the market in 2019. And Aramco is worth more than $2 trillion now. So is there a $500 billion hiding somewhere in the corporate assets that we own? Will we be the better for it if we discover those values? Because you can leverage them. We have real estate that are potentially valuable, are not valued. They are idle. They are not hidden. We have the National Stadium, we have the Federal Secretariat. Many of the barracks, Bonny Camp, sitting next to Eko Atlantic City, should be relocated. Its market value is going to be similar to the market value of Eko Atlantic City. We earn nothing from it. We borrow 2 billion, we borrow 3 billion. Think about what you can fetch if you could leverage your real estate assets. We have infrastructure. We are the only big economy in the world that remains that builds airports but not terminals. And where the money is made, 40% of the revenue in aviation is made in terminals, where people can shop, where hospitality can be provided. Some even provide office accommodation, some provide hotel accommodation. We don't build terminals, and investors, we jump at that if you open that to investors. Real terminals, so in transportation, there are opportunities, not just in transport. We have power transmission. Keep saying generation is not our problem. Transmission is. You don't have capacity. But how did you get capacity in telecoms? Open the space to investors and let investors come in. So we have assets we can leverage on, and we suffer needlessly because we just neglect, to leverage on our assets. That's one. So move from income centricism to asset centricism. And if this is one of the things that this discourse, encourages us to keep urging government to do, it will be worth it. The sooner we move on to asset dependence, the better for the future of Nigeria. The second, I hear what the central bank has told us. And I will be the first to commend the current team at the central bank, because I am a living witness. We are all living witnesses of the crisis that they inherited within the central bank, within the banking system, within the foreign exchange market. And, thank you, that's generous. And in the economy. And I'm happy that in the last 6 months, we are bringing orderliness back, in particular, to the foreign exchange market. They've led us out of an opaque regime in which no one knew what was happening. And we had, to our shock, about 2.4 billion false claims in foreign exchange against the central bank. So they've led us out of that opaque regime towards a transparent regime. Is commendable. They've led us out of an exclusive regime in which this group of players are excluded, that group of players are excluded, to a regime of inclusiveness. Everybody that deserves a place on the table has a place on the table. He told us how many new IMTOs have been licensed. And they're talking with DCs and the rest of it, removing, unreasonable fees, licensing fees. It's commendable. And most importantly, they achieved unified exchange rate that had eluded us maybe for a decade. They unified the exchange rates. Commendable. Only trouble, my only concern is the persistence of the volatility of the exchange rate. And I see they are tightening, they are doing their administrative interventions. But the big question is that we can all see that the reason the exchange rate is volatile is that our reserve levels are inadequate. And I hear the central bank, in particular the governor, saying loudly and clearly to banks that they should prepare to build their capital base to levels that will make them able to play in a $1 trillion economy. What I don't hear him or anybody from the central bank saying, what are they doing to ensure that Nigeria also builds up reserves that will support a $1 trillion economy? It's a conversation that we have to move to the front burner, not coming to tighten monetary policy. Tightening monetary policy without reserve adequacy can be futile. So let's speak more about what is being done to ensure 40 billion in reserves is not adequate even for a $350 billion GDP, much less for a $1 trillion GDP. So what are we doing to ensure that reserves can be built up to 60 billion, 80 billion, 100 billion? Check. There's no country that with stable exchange rate that is not maintaining that stable exchange rate behind the wall of reserves. And it's very, very important that this second conversation, be promoted to the front burner. It's my only, I commend everything, that the government is doing to transition from income to assets. And speaking more specifically, before you remove the speck in the eyes of the banks, let's remove the log in our own eyes first. So before we recapitalize banks and exchange rate rubbishes their new capital base, let's rebuild reserves so that behind that wall of reserves, exchange rate can be stable, inflation can come down, and the economy can grow, and we can become a country where we are sharing prosperity, not poverty. Well, I understand I had just about a minute left, and I might want to just leave it at this point. I thank you very much for your attention.
First, by saying, like I've said, I don't know why I was chosen. Maybe because someone felt they've not heard from Nasima. And some of us are here, maybe you don't know what Nasima is. Nasima is the umbrella body for all chambers of commerce in Nigeria. We encompass all the chambers, and I'm in 71 locations. That means I have some 71 physical offices in the entire 36 states. We are one of the largest, if not the largest business in Nigeria, because I don't know of any other private sector organization that has 71 physical offices in different places. Then we also have another set of bilateral chambers, which are part of that network. When you have the Nigeria came in on an 8-point agenda. 8-point agenda. I'm not a politician. I'm also not here to do a referendum with the president, because I also believe to some extent he's probably a victim for some of those working for him. Because if you look at the policies, I want you to be the judge when I finish, whether those agendas is consistent with the policies of some of the MDAs, the agents, or even ministries. So this is what I want us to do, so that especially as newspaper or as communication persons, you should be able to hold public officers to account and say, this is your boss engagement with us. Why is yours different? So that they can now explain Because there's an African saying that the okra tree is never stronger than the owner. No matter how tall, you pluck it down. So Mr. President has that power at any time to pull down or bring to the level of his policy whatever any of the MDAs are doing. And these 8 agendas I'll just read because we have a long way to go and I don't know how long I have. He has an agenda for food security. We also have ending poverty. That's very important for all of us. Economic growth and job creation. In fact, we're told that we'll create 50 million jobs. Access to capital at the current CBN, MPR rate, MPC rates, the banks are doing about 50% now, 45%. Even if you are doing drugs, you cannot make profit. So I don't know who they are lending to. Improving security, rule of law, fighting corruption. These are the 8-point agendas. And it also went further to say immediate action strategies, implementation, monitoring, collaboration, transparency, sectoral focus, challenges and expectations. Then the economy environment. All these were part of this. And this thing was read by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister in their first meeting of ministers. So we're all very happy because all of us were covered by it. And we all look forward to the problems. I must also confess here that Mr. President came in with we had very, very significant challenges in Nigeria. When I mean serious, in fact, there was allegations that the previous government were actually borrowing to pay salaries. So if he did not remove the first subsidy on that day one, we would have had a situation where he would have just taken over and the whole Nigeria would be at his doorstep next day because there's no money to even buy diesel for the villa. So no problem, quite courageous. And I said the first subsidy, which was the first thing. In fact, the President confessed that he did not put it in his speech, that he had to put it by himself so that when they said, don't say it, and he did it. I said, Nigeria is African. I think we're now number 3 or 4 in the world. I've never heard in Africa, I never heard any government official acknowledge that Nigeria has gone down. Not one. And that's a major, major selling point for us, that we are the largest economy in Africa. We went down through our own fault because our exchange rate, I think you value everything. We are all malams. As we are here now, if the dollar falls, it affects all of us. Unless if you are smart enough to either put your money in assets whom you think we appreciate, but if it's in cash, in naira, it naturally falls. And that's why everybody at one time, we all at where they sell dollars, where everybody keeps buying. Even my market women, they don't need dollars because they have to keep their value at a certain time. So Nigeria as African 4 largest economies in crisis due to a botched economic reforms and a currency redesign and removal of subsidies and currency float. So these are 3 critical things. The first subsidy was removed. One expected the central bank then, on that phase of a very significant policy, to do what they are doing now, the MPRO, that is where we should have kicked in, to arrest so that people don't go and borrow and create more problems. They didn't do anything. In fact, they waited 3 months before they started working. So this MPRO we are seeing every week and every month now, going up, capital adequacy, it only started happening in the last 3-4 months. So this is the challenge. As an investor, as an entrepreneur, these are the issues which we must ask ourselves. And I'm very happy the director is here so that at least he can take something back to the central bank governor. So I've mentioned it that we have issues with the fuel subsidy, currency fluctuation, and the floating of our currency. And I must mention that the change of the currency was not by this regime. It was done by SY presidential candidate Chief Emefiele and Godwin. I'm not lying now. Didn't you see the campaign posters? And I don't know how he managed to keep his job after that kind of campaign. In any country where there's law, he won't even go back to the office the day he announced that he was going to be our president. So he And I want to mention one thing which that currency change cost us so dearly. From my own research and knowledge, most of my chambers of commerce, by my Kano, Katsina chambers of commerce, I have members that sell goods as far as Libya. They come with wires of dollars. They buy transformers, they buy generators, they load it and take it through the Sahel. So Naira was a very big currency in that ecosystem. Almost about 3 trillion Naira business, where Naira, people were keeping Naira for them to use to buy goods in Nigeria. So immediately we changed our currency. What happened? They immediately had to dump the Naira and go for a CFA or dollar. Just imagine that impact. And nobody has done that research of the impact of that currency change, which all of us now, if we search all of us in this room now, we may not get 500,000 in our pocket, all of us together. But the POS merchant outside can give you 2 million. But nobody has asked, how did we get there? Even the banks, they don't have cash. Because immediately they gave the contract for their ATMs to private businesses. Those private businesses, when the Mefele problem started, they don't know Naira. The POS and those of us that used to spray, they took over that business. Nobody has cash. There's no cash. That's the truth. If you go to a bank and say, give me 5 million, they can't give you. But the POS person has. So this is some of the issues, and I've seen the central bank is trying to regulate them by asking them now to register with corporate affairs. I don't know whether it was a proper starting point. Somebody who's just sitting under the sun who does not have it. He said you should start from a corporate ladder where he has to engage an accountant to file tax return. And whether they're trying to kill the business, I don't know. But one expects that there should be a stakeholder engagement where you can bring those people in a very formal way. At least start with the business name, not to say go and be the directors. Beside him, that will be his director, where they will have a board meeting under the canopy. And so these are the kind of policies you see. It's like somebody reading from a book in America, try to use it in Ajegunle. It won't work. So this is part of the challenges we have. So we have the floating of the Naira. And I want to say here that there are only 10 countries in the world where they freely sell their currencies. 10. When I say 10, I'm taking the EU as a country for this purpose. So we have the USA, EU, Japan, Norway, Australia, and a few others. Then you also have a set of countries who have stronger fundamentals than Nigeria. And that is Qatar, China, India, UAE. They don't sell their currency the way Nigeria sells. You know why? They don't have governance. The Emir of Qatar can change the price of the currency by decision. So the investor in the US will not bet on that currency because it's subject to political changes. But here comes Nigeria with all our fundamentals. We cannot even pay for the goods we are importing. The central bank is still dodging the people that gave them money almost 18 months to 12 months for 2.4 billion when the National Assembly yesterday. And they almost summoned them before they showed up. And we want to sell our money like EU, Euro, Japan. It's like taking Enugu Rangers. You take him, say, go and play in the league of European Union. How many goals? Don't you know the result? I understand that we need, if you are to defend the Naira, you need to have a reasonable float. But what is important is we should not use policies. Let the CBN tell us where this has worked, what they are doing in Nigeria with our currency. Tell us which country you are using as an example so that we know and study how they succeeded there. So what I'm saying is, everything is not by textbook. You have to look at your peculiar situation and say and do what you have to do. And I can tell you, whoever is asking them to do this, they are not doing it in their country. Every country defends their currency. you can see what America is doing to China to slow them down so that America can continue to prevail. You can see the way they protect their industries. Look at what they do with who are we? Who are we? Who are we today would have been the biggest telecoms company in the world? They started accusing them of all sorts of things. Look at what is happening to TikTok. Countries must defend their own. In Nigeria, there is nothing for the Nigerian businessman. If you doubt me, go and have a problem with a foreigner. I'm sorry, I'm not discriminating here. If you want Lebanese guy, the guy will use his phone and jail you. Because the system does not protect his own. There's nowhere in the world you will not see the government. You stand first for your own people. The Dangote example is one. If he was an Indian that owned that refinery, he would prefer to sell everything abroad and make FX. He has told you by June, I will stop the importation of petroleum, PMS. So what I'm trying to say is there's a nationalism in your own for him first to defend. Because any foreigner in Nigeria, the first rule is what I can get, declare profit, and repatriate back home. Whether you elect or not, Dangote must do something in Kano. You see it every year. You go there, do the foundation. He must do something in Lagos. So that's why the government must first of all take care of his own first. And that's what Gowon did for us through indigenization. We have now given it away to the Chinese. We are giving it to everyone. They all in our villages looking for solid minerals. There is protection. Apart from the anti-sanal miners act, where they say people cannot enter that. But check in all our laws. From even serving as usher in this event, someone can come from England and be an usher in this place. You can't try that anywhere. I checked the Nigerian Turkish Business Council. If you open a company in Turkey, you have to, by law, employ 3 Turkish citizens. One of them must be your accountant and 2 other persons. Their salaries are by government. The accountant file your tax returns without your knowledge. So we must fight for Nigeria. We must fight for our local businesses. So what has happened? Based on the current policies, there has been significant inflation, hyperinflation. I've even heard, anytime I read the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, those are figures. I know they are trying to make us look good to outsiders. Between me and you, I know none of us in this hall believe them. Maybe the government may believe them, but you'll be engaging the highest sense of self-deception. If somebody tells you that we have not exceeded 100% inflation, if it's a lie, go try and buy a television. You will see that the price is ×3. So you start wondering where the MBS gets their own. But I understand we should have something which we can use to also negotiate with others. So I understand. And I can tell you that is why the problem we are having in the oil industry. You ask yourself, why are the IOCs leaving? It's simple. When the petroleum industry act was being negotiated, I had warned them in the National Assembly. I said, take 1% for the community. They said, no, 5%. We are the owners. Okay. Eventually, they settled for 3%. What 3% of gross? If you have a budget of $20 billion, you take 3% first and give to NURPC or a government agency to keep for the community. Have you heard anywhere in the world where you tax on gross? Are you even sure you will make 3% gross profit on the entire project? So this is the reason why everybody, the guys have to say, I think there are some government people involved on this side. They don't want me to talk. Come on, MC, I was brought here today to talk, and I'm going to talk. I will not want to, I'm a responsible person. I just make an application by motion supported by all these affidavits to please allow me to spend another 5-7 minutes. I will round up, sir. Thank you. So what has happened is there is hyperinflation because of current policies. There's this significant rise in unsold goods. What I mean by that is, it's a lot of money. The thing from last year, from what I was seeing, about 27%. And these are goods, manufactured goods, which are fast. This is the goods that the federal competition is going to bust the warehouses and say the people are holding. They are not holding. They cannot sell. So are they supposed to eat it? So I've asked the federal commissioners, I said, the custom changes its rate every day. Have you invaded them to ask them what are they changing to? But you go to the supermarket who's supposed to keep a stock for like 1 month or 2 months, you go and bust their warehouse. And you say they are changing the price of milk. What were you expecting? When the naira changes every day, the goods will change. It's never the businessman's fault. It has to do with the macroeconomic policy of the government and not the central bank. Because if my interest rate is now 40%, especially for settled transactions, I have to recoup. So this is the challenge. We're all hurting each other. That's why Labour is asking for 1 million naira or 600,000. Yes, they do want to get their share. But I've asked my friend Ajero, are you going to chop money? So let's find a video ground so that we don't create more problems when none exist. So if you check warehouses full of goods which they cannot sell, most factories in Nigeria today, they are doing 2 or 3 days because they cannot afford to do for this entire 7 days. So this is the challenge because people cannot afford it. So this is a big problem for both the industry and the government. To our president and talk, and they will sign the thing, and tomorrow they announce. But most times it's always tax related. They don't sign roads to be built or factories to be funded or to give us, but it's always tax. And NASIMA has been in the forefront of this. I'm happy to tell you that your organization will successfully. I led the private sector delegation with the EU, and we went to the Minister of Interior and cancelled the expatriate levy matter. I told him straight that he cannot do it because he don't have a stakeholders engagement. And we appealed to him to suspend it. And we hope the thing has gone. But the damage was already done because most of the people affected, they started making plans, leaving Nigeria. It was very close to the implementation. And the EU told the minister that day that if you are charging the EU citizens here $10,000, in their own country it will be $10,000. Then I asked the minister, there are 20 million Nigerians in Europe. Do you have job for them? Because they are going to come back. So this is the challenge. You cannot make policies as if you are a God unto yourself. Before anywhere in the world today, you must look at your neighbor. What are the investment offerings? So that you can undersell. But here, the National Assembly will just get up and just create a law and create more problems for us. We were in the US for the US African Business Summit when the cyber security levy was passed. During the opening ceremony, I had to write immediately against it openly. Normally I would have written quiet, but they want to start deducting on the spot. So we walk around our network, and thank God on Sunday when the president saw the forces, he had to graciously allow us to do that. But what I'm saying is, it does look more in that sense. In fact, people are looking at Nigeria with pity because of the kind of policies that were coming out of Nigeria when we were trying to sell Nigeria. So we have the issue of revenue. I've already mentioned that. But let me mention the issue of customs, because customs is not a revenue generation agency anywhere, but it's a trade facilitation unit. But these are our customs charges in dollars. It will tell you what is today's rate. The CBN, in conspiracy with the CBN gives them rate daily for the first time in Nigeria. The custom does not have its own internal mechanism to determine anything. It's rate daily. If I'm lying, the CBN will tell you. And what happens? You remember that fella song that somebody want to buy fan. Each time you try to pay, government will have 10. So when you order for goods, even before they leave the wharf in London, they would have increased the rate. Then when it meets sea, it goes up. What is even most annoying, when the Naira went below 1,000, do you know what the custom rate was? 1,200. So, you see, this is the problem. You now ask yourself, is the government going to eat the money if you kill all the business? So you have all of us must speak up. Go back to the present 8-point agenda. It's there to eradicate poverty. So these agencies who are aspiring against that agenda, what they gave us, we must ask them to account and set them up a master to show they are not doing the right thing. This Nigeria is for all of us. We find a way to have this dialogue using their own words, because they're giving us the 8-point agenda. Even single-digit loans is there. Currently, BOI gives single-digit interest rates. So the government recognizes the impact in business. So why would the same government be giving 9% today? Then the central bank is charging 27% MPRO rate, so that the banks can charge me 50%. It's the same government. So which mandate is the central bank executing? Is it not the same 8-point agenda? So we ask them. So this is the challenge. The central bank must follow the government policy. The private sector is not the problem of inflation. We all know it. If we check all of us, none of us have money anymore. They've collected the true tax. None. The truth is, the biggest driver of inflation is your currency. Is your currency. Once the changes, the change. Even the woman in the market knows what is dollar now. They say dollar is the problem. That's why the tomatoes is looking red. So you must make sure we stabilize our currency. If we are serious, that is the beginning and end of all our problem. That is the problem with the power. You can see the power went down when the naira appreciated. So that is the beginning of all our frustration. I know the central bank or the government does not have all the money, but we can work with them if they also open up to us and tell us this is the problem. How do we moderate it? We should be fine. For the industries, let's allocate 50% of resources for our production sector. Those of us that want to buy Rolls Royce, you can go to Malam. We don't have a problem with you. This is you're already affording it, so it's not a problem. But your productive sector, as bad as Buhari regime was, there was something for the industries. So this government must give something to the productive sector. You cannot send me to go to the same market where the drug dealer goes to buy dollar. It's not going to work. You can't make profit. You can't sustain your industries. You must have a price for the productive sector. So this is the thing. And in fact, the custom to know how bad what they are doing is illegal. Under their act, Nasima used to be on the board. So when they were making the change, I went to lobby. I said, give us more seats. But my president was there. They said, we cannot give one organization one. I said, okay, put it on OPS. We have 5 organizations. They agreed. They gave us 2 slots. You know what happened? The government picked their friends and put them there. We confronted the Minister of Finance and said, those guys are not from us. He said, Shebi, that guy used to be our staff, but it's not, even the outside man, we don't even know him. So if you need something from me, you're supposed to ask me to make a nomination. So what is the position? You think if I'm on the board of customs, they can change this money? I will stand on the table, we will dare. We will not change it. We will stick to the law. So that's what should happen. Because they know what they want to do, they pick their friends. And when you know you are not qualified, can you challenge your master? So the guys there, they are there, they are not, in fact, all the policies of custom currently, I can tell you, can be challenged. Because there are people, there's a feature in their board which is ought not to be there. The minister is aware, and we told him. So, and secondly, there's a section that the Customs Act that allows you as a business, if you want to import, you send, it's called advanced ruling, which they just launched in May. It's under also the WTO, under the World Customs Regulation. It says if you want to import anything now, you can write to the customs, and within 90 days, they will respond and give you a quotation on the origin, the type of goods, and the value you pay. That rate they gives you, they cannot change it with a reasonable notice. A reasonable notice cannot be a day, cannot be 2 days, cannot be 1 week. So even the law contemplates a custom that does not change its rate daily. So under one law, are they changing their rate every day? So this is the challenge. So all of us must work together. We must work together. Our biggest problem is we work alone. And they divide us and put some of us in the room and make it look as if we are fighting them. The same government will come and arbitrate. We should all work together. It's in our interest to succeed. It's our country. We must fight for this. So this is part of the issue. Then there's the issue of preference for revenue over tax. You can see every government that comes in Nigeria, the first thing they do, they try to perfect the tax system. They don't see the bad roads, they don't see the bad airports, they don't see that escalators are not working. It's always tax, tax, tax. But somebody has made a joke, I don't know if I can repeat it here, that when you have a, this is off record, but I'll say it, you have a taxed one and a banker as number one, number two, what were you expecting? So, there is the issue of what we call implicit tax. This is what the President of the African Development Bank talked about. What we mean by implicit taxes, apart from the tax you pay, the one you use to do the road, pay area boys in your area, have your own security, all those mopo you see, all of them are supposed to be provided by government. You see what happened at Okobo, where people went and invaded the factory. They have to now protect themselves. And the investors shouted, why am I paying tax? So implicit tax is even far and above the current tax rates. All of us in this room will pay it. So these things are supposed to be provided. That's why the oil committee left the onshore, because they cannot provide for the community that steals out of the oil before they even see it. Again, pay for the youth, pay for the chief, pay for all these are government duties in a sensible environment. And in fact, I can tell you one secret. I'm also in the oil industry. After COVID, there was a decision by the entire oil industries. It's never about how much is on the ground, but how is the policy. If you remember what the total MD said when we were doing 6 billion investment in Angola, we have 50 billion Nigerian money there now working there. He said Nigeria is the best place in terms of yield, but I have decided to choose a more stable policy environment over uncertainty. Because when you enter Nigeria, you are not sure what rate you pay eventually through implicit tax. So we all have a duty to create a country that has an ecosystem where investment can flourish, and where, if not, even our users started living. It's not only Japan. Microsoft just closed down the Africa office. No government agency is complaining. I've never seen them say, what happened? How can we avoid it? They don't even talk. They say, they announced 2 Chinese people who are stealing this thing and say this is another foreign investment. They say MES came and want to do. Then the MES headquarters say we did not invest. Nigerians say we invest. I don't know when government started announcing investment for multinationals. So this is the challenge. So we should avoid this self-deception and let's stay focused. So we have the issue of revenue generation. I mentioned that. Then let me just try and round up because the MC, I don't know whether is I don't want to be short on the side. Significant effects. We're going to behave as if we are an island unto ourselves. We would have situations where there will be increased poverty and inequality. Because that 50 billion, if it was here, it would save a lot of problems. Even though the problem we're having now with our balance of payments, it would have resolved it. Then we also have the issue of economic instability, which we are having now, based on of who we are and the way we will call government to account. Then we also have the issue of brain drain and jackpot, which we already know. In fact, those that jackpot, because of the exchange rate, the central bank has managed to bring them back now. You saw the boys coming back from London, whom they are deporting because of the exchange rate. It's not their fault, it's their fatherland that is failing them. The policies are failing. That's why they are coming back. So then we also have deterioration in public services that we are currently experiencing. We also have the issue of food security, where our local farmers prefer to sell to foreigners, especially in the north now, because it pays to collect the FX instead of selling naira. This is our fault. I'm not saying me and you, but we are not doing enough to hold government to account. This is what I'm saying. So we also have social unrest and crime, which we all experience every day. The boys they displaced now at Landmark. There was nothing from the Lagos state or the federal government to say, based on what we have done, those Oniru boys that used to be the flag vehicle, we used to give them money. This is the alternative we have made for them. There's nothing like that. Then you park your car around there now, and expect to come back with your side mirror, is still intact? So we are the one creating the problem. I once said that it's government policies that create 409. I'm sorry to say this. You ask me how I'll explain. If me now want to buy a car, because I've worked for over 40 years or 30 years, I can pay cash. Here's this young man who really needs the car more than me because he wants to marry, he needs to impress the girl, he needs to have a home, there's no mortgage, there's no car loan. So what were you expecting to do to buy that car? He has to find a way to enter your bank account and do the flutter way and collect something for his own enjoyment. So it's lack of policies, it's lack of government policies that will encourage youth to retain talent, for talent to stay in our country. That's why they are desperate. That's why they go to Canada. Because in Canada, in a credit system, you can achieve those things with the same salary. So we must create an ecosystem. Not a lot talking about it, it must really happen. So we also have the issue of erosion of trust and potential authoritarian measures. Because what government always do, when they fail, they send the police. So this is what happens. So this is overall the long-term effects of government policies are like the business. So I also show you, I've also mentioned examples of countries that have been in similar situations like us. I took time to mention Chile, New Zealand, South Korea, Germany, Singapore, Sweden, and you say, why is this man talking about Ebola? Okay, I mentioned Africans too. Rwanda today, with all the problems they had, you will not believe it's the same country. This Ghana you see, when Obasanjo was president, there's no single house in Ghana that has decking like this. Everything was wooden. Obasanjo told us then and said, if you want me to do anything for you, you must go and do something in Ghana during Kofo's regime. Our bank manager there, we opened a bank there, bought a house for $500,000. When we came there, we entered, I said, this house for $500,000, we are going to kill you. He said, there's none like that in Ghana. So what I'm trying to tell you, go to Ghana today. I'm not saying they are doing far better, but at least the significant advance they've made within this short time. If you go to all the countries in the world, even Atlanta, before the Olympics, Atlanta was like a village. Go to a place they call Buckhead. They used to have kiosks in that place. Now it's a financial center. I was in Dallas 15 years ago. I went there, I did not recognize the place. Dubai is doing it. India is doing it now. But what are we doing? We are still quarreling with NEPA. We are quarreling with expatriate levy. We are quarreling with, you just understand. We just behave as if we are not part of the world. So please, all of us must work hard to find a way where we can actually, next year, to find out where we are moved from now to there. And I've mentioned the Indian example. Since 1991, India started this journey. Today, they are number 3 or 4 in the world. Where is Nigeria? We are going down. So this is a challenge. We should not, I've listed all the Indian examples, about 32 of them, so that you have it, and how India made it. And if you have an Indian staff now, it's not likely to come back. When he goes back home, there's no need for him to come back because they are all doing very well. So these reforms, as we have seen, they are all examples of possibilities and why we must all work hard to make an ecosystem in Nigeria. Your Chamber of Commerce is ready to partner with all of you. So we also have the issue of inflation, investor confidence. I've also shown how you can retain FX in Nigeria without going the textbook way, by having more stakeholder engagement. Then I'm running up, sorry, the issue for financial reforms. I also mentioned 10 things that must be done, because I'm not just here to point at problems. Nobody's going to build this country for us. I can give you an example. It's the indigenous entrepreneur that will do the thing. Any other person here from outside, you can see when the thing shakes, they leave. Procter & Gamble, you know what they said? They said, we have decided to move from production to trading. Whereas, if you know most of my friends from the East, you start with on the go slow if you are from one particular state, I will mention, there you learn trends of what the demand is. Then you move to the shop, you learn how to receive customers. Then after you move to where you can travel on behalf of your master. At the time you finish, you have PhD in every aspect of the business. So if someone that is producing now say he wants to go back to working on the streets and be selling again, that's what Procter & Gamble is telling us, that your economy is not good enough for production. So it's better to sell. So this is what, if we start like that, we'll lose everything, even who we are. So I've listed 10 items of what the government should do and also seeing what they are doing. And very importantly, the issue of law and order. there's a perception that the government is soft on crimes. We all saw that there were 50 policemen that escorted Bobrisky to go and answer a charge. And I didn't know why she pleaded guilty, because as a lawyer, if I sprayed last year, you saw it on television, I can show you that those bodies were newspaper cuttings. And you cannot prove it because you have not one of those notes to prove. You see, when the Cubana man went there, big man, did they not say they want to do plea bargain? That is our law. And just, is it yesterday or 2 days ago, Justice Witte gave a convicted, highly celebrated criminal 2 weeks to go and bury his mother. How many poor men have that kind of privilege? This, and you are newspaper, and you are not shouting, you are not putting on your front page that what is this? So do you know, to let you know how we are perceived? When Prince Harry came here, there's one king, one famous king, I don't want to mention his name, but I don't know, Sophia, you are from that community, who is very flamboyant. And Prince Harry called him his in-law. Do you know how they said? They say in Nigeria, the man he escaped from $247,000 in Canada in 419, and we made it say that in Nigeria, the criminals are the leaders. If you read how hurtful what was said about Nigeria when we were talking about Prince Harry, you now know that's how we are perceived. We must start cleaning our name. I'm not here to put you down. We were called 419. Burna Boy took over the world and changed the story. There is a boy called Adewale Yusuf. He did not go to university, but he has the biggest university on the internet. He has 100,000 students in that school from 110 countries. The boy is in my network. The boy said, I'm going to disrupt education because I did not have the opportunity. I'm going to use my knowledge to disrupt education. And he has started. This same boy has an office in Lagos here with 50 staff. He has a liaison office in Uganda to show you how government encouraged. When he opened the office, he was not there. The Uganda government came to, Rwanda. After 2 years, they said, what are you doing in our country? When he told them the ideas, exactly 2 years after, they brought $500,000 that we like your idea, want to support you. This is a grant. This year, they approved $1 million for the boy. You know what they want? By next year, the boy will employ 33,000 students, 33,000 graduates. And the government is saying, can half of those people be from our country? That is how a government supports business. But in Nigeria, the government is competing with business. They want to tell you how to do it. They will even come to you, even when you go to the office, the way they look at you, it's as if you are a refugee in your own country. This should stop. We should not allow it. So there should be proper respect for business. But if you just take them now that you want to invest, and you dress 2 barbers, wear their Qatari uniform, and say they are investors, they will be in Aso Rock this evening. And even though they told us that there was a 14 billion from India. I was there. If you see that video, the president commended me. I was the president I was used as the poster boy. I used to follow them with all the alacrity. I can tell you, no Kobo has come. Audio. One of the persons that made that commitment is a company already in Nigeria. You took photographs with our presidents, 2 with our president, and you deceived us, and you are still operating in Nigeria. Can you try that with the local government in Ghana? So we should call people to order. I've written to the president, can we assist you? I have partnership with CIA India, which is the Chamber of Commerce for the whole of India. So that even though we can work on those things, they don't want us to work on it. I'm not saying the president. You know what I'm saying? So you have a veritable platform which you can use to draw attention to some of these challenges. I'm just a small Chamber of Commerce president. But with your newspaper, everyone reads it worldwide. You should be part of the combination for good. We should not give up. We should be the Adewales. We should be the Epis. We should be the Dangote, where we can tell our country, say, this problem, I'm going to solve it. That is what you should be. So use your pen and paper and solve problems. Expose corruption. Expose bad people in government. Expose people who are not following Mr. President's 8-point agenda and say they are running something on textbook. We should not agree. So on this, I want to urge all of you to keep strong, keep fighting, and most importantly, Nigeria is still the best place to live in. Thank you very much.
Growth in the country. In our firm belief that the overall policy thrust of the government is in the right direction, even though there may be some pains at the initial stages due to the extent of deterioration of the economic structures in the country generally. Having said that, we should make a point on how to actualizing the federal government's vision more effective. I want to stress that there is no absolutely free float of currency anywhere in the world. What we have in democratic countries is a managed float currency management system. Because the reality is that it will be suicidal for a country to just expose its national currency totally to the rigors of markets and sharks to prey on. So, the dictum in the advanced economy is regulated deregulation. We should be worried that quoted companies that have significant foreign exchange components are posting losses or substantially reducing profits. This includes companies like Nestle, MTN, and others. The Institute expects the Dangotes, the electricity distribution companies, the NNPC PLC to be listed on the exchange before the end of 2024. Finally, and in conclusion, we wish to reiterate the importance of substantially increasing the aggregate volume and rate of production in the economy. The sustainable way to strengthen our national currency, the Naira, is to produce what we consume domestically and reduce importation. The government and all stakeholders in the economy should therefore work towards achieving a significant increase in our local production. Companies like Toyota Nigeria should have a production line in Nigeria, which will aid in the manufacturing of car tires, car batteries, servicing parts, engine oil, etc. However, the federal government should examine the increase of Band A electricity, as it will definitely affect the cost of production and make locally produced goods uncompetitive compared to importation. I congratulate Vanguard Media Limited for this event and wish you all a memorable time. Thank you.
Translates to about $20. And that's the least all over the world. For what we have been discussing here, they are benchmarked, or a common factor we use, the cost of living index, in determining the wages. I want you to benchmark it with probably a bag of rice, which is about 84,000 naira today. I will equally want you to ask people that refill their cylinder, maybe 16,000, 17,000, and they do it twice in a month to cook, which is 30-something thousand naira. I will equally want you to benchmark it to a plate of mama put at 500 naira. Without meat. And when you do that for a family of 6, you are going to get 270,000 in a month without meat. On and on, on and on. Before you ask that question, I want to equally for you to look at the UN provision that no human being should live on less than $2 per day. And for a family of 6, that will amount to $12. Multiply it, that's 3,600. Convert it to the current exchange rate. Do you want Labour to suggest that people should live on less than $1, not even $2 per day? Whether in the global index or cost of living index position, that is going to give Nigerians a living wage. And a living wage, in actual fact, is different from a minimum wage. At least for you to eat till the end of the month. The fact that you have so much devalued your naira that it doesn't have weight again should not make us not to feed, go to work and come back. No worker, including those in this hall today, goes to work and back without spending 2,000 a day. In a month, it's 60,000. Now check all these things, and see whether a worker, if he's earning 615,000 we propose, whether he will have 1 naira savings. We deliberately didn't put communication. We deliberately didn't put tithe. We assume that a worker doesn't have parents in our calculation. That is what brought us to where we are today on the issue. And on the premise that it creates inflation, I disagree with you. Here with us. And it is real wage that generates economy. Because when workers earn, they purchase. When you use the purchasing power of workers, the economy will grow. You have proper productivity. It's not the other way around.
I'm sure Dr. Forms in the era of global economic uncertainty. The reality is that it is not global economic uncertainty, there is also global political uncertainty. You must look at economic policy in the context of both economic issues and political issues. Egypt is strategically located. Egypt is critical to what is happening in Palestine and Gaza. Therefore, if Egypt is raising money, and I think $8.5 billion was given to Egypt by the United Arab Emirates. The IMF also put some money in there. The Saudis put some money in there. And they also devalued their currency, increased interest rates to bring it into equilibrium. The question is that, can Nigeria attract money from the UAE, from Saudi Arabia? The reason why the UAE will put money into Egypt is to confine whatever radicalized people are to Egypt rather than coming into Dubai or Abu Dhabi. So there's a strategic interest in ensuring that there's peace and stability in the UAE by confining that crisis to Palestine and Egypt. So that is one. And in global geopolitical terms, you have what they call vital interests, strategic interests, and others. As far as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria has to look inwards to see how it can improve its own economic destiny, right? And I think Ayo had made some comments about that. You have a lot of, how do you optimize the use of your resources so you can have returns to your people that are of good quality. And therefore, comparing Egypt to Nigeria or South Africa and all that, it's a different thing altogether. You could see that in the White House yesterday, Ruto, the Kenyan president, was welcomed and honored there. Kenya has an inflation rate of something like almost 6% right now, 5%. Kenya has done a lot of things. It's more or less the IT and digital capital of Africa right now. So what it means is that you have to optimize the use of your resources within, right, and make yourself competitive, globally competitive in all respects, right? And if you do that, then you begin to attract not attract you. First of all, retain capital, because the first thing that happens is capital flight, then before capital comes in. So you retain your capital, you optimize the use of your capital and your resources, and then you get returns. You will not have so much of a problem as the NLC is talking about, trying to benchmark inflation, exchange rate, as well as wages. But you also have to look at productivity of labor, right? And if productivity, and the data is quite very clear, for the past, between 2019 and now, we've had 4 or 5 years of negative labor productivity. It's only in the last year or two that we've slipped into some positive use of labor. So if you are paying higher wages when productivity is falling, you are actually stoking inflation. So the first thing that has to do is that you adjust wages, but you must increase and improve productivity. And those are the things that are happening in these other countries that we are benchmarking ourselves against. If you do anything else, you are just you are walking your way into a disaster.
Thank you. My head for over a year now, interest rates have been adjusted and moving forward over that period. The argument, of course, economic theory is simply that to deal with inflation, you raise rates. But it would appear that raising interest rates hasn't tamed inflation over the last year period. And my question to you is twofold. One is, why is the fact that high interest rates haven't effectively dealt with inflation over this period of time? And secondly, what is the ceiling? At what point do we say, okay, we can't raise this further, given the fact that it is damaging the productivity in the economy, people can't access cheap capital, jobs are being lost? What is the ceiling where you would decide that there's no point raising rates further?
You know, more or less. And I would piggyback on some of the great minds that have spoken already. When you have inflation, and inflation has many causes and many parts, one part of inflation is a monetary policy or monetary aggregate, as we call it in economics, and you need to tame that down. But there are other issues that need to be addressed, and I think the government is also trying to address this, and I mentioned a few of those in my comments earlier. We have structural issues. We have issues with insecurity in some food-producing areas. All of these contribute to inflation. And we've had other structural issues, and my good friend spoke about some of them. But we've had other structural issues over the past that have contributed to where we are today. And that's making it difficult for just using monetary policy alone to tame inflation. But we need to use that tool, because if that tool is not there, it will not allow inflation to be tamed. I don't know, again, there are many other things. He talked about the FX. One of the things we are doing in that space is to make it more transparent and more market-driven, and to reduce rent seeking. Over the years, one of the big problems we've had, and that's why inflation was intractable, right? Because what happens is that we give this segment a rate, and the black market rate is this much. The guys collect from CBN and go straight to the black market and sell it. And then they go and buy goods, and they still sell it to you at the black market rate. So all they are doing is making supernatural or super abnormal profits with no benefit to the general public. Because what ends up happening is that the general public is being punished twice. Because if we give these multiple rates, all you are seeing is that it is not benefiting the public. And number two, also what you find is that I've lost my train of thought temporarily. But what you find is that the
economy, it's running at the economy, and other people who are looking inwards into the economy are saying, what rate are we going to really operate? So they're not going to bring their money in because they feel that, one, there is unfair competition, two, there is so much uncertainty, which is what we have been talking about, and it keeps them away. In this process of fixing and making the FX market more transparent, we've already started seeing inflows. Yes, there were some periods where things are resetting, but in Q1, we saw a massive spike in inflows. And I did say in my comment that we actually had about 136% in one quarter of what we had in the whole of 2023. So we are beginning to see these steps, these improvements, things getting better. It will take some time, but if we stay focused on the reforms and we are disciplined about the reforms, the pains might be there, but they will be short-lived, and we'll begin to see more and more results of these reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Aminu, I was going to, I don't know if it's the police or the EFCC that are arresting your members in different parts of the country. In fact, when I saw a policeman walked in here, I was afraid for you just recently. But maybe I just ask you something simple to say, what kind of relationship do you think that BDC operators can have with the CBN that is less hostile, that is more transparent, and that can be more beneficial to the economy? Once you answer, Dr. Teriba will take it from here.
Thank you very much for this important question, because it's all about collaborations. In turbulence and also risks and uncertainty, one of the major things regulators should look at is stakeholder engagement. However, our experiences over time with stakeholders and security agencies is generalization of stigmatization. Most of the time, the bureau change are being addressed as the people that are causing volatility in the market. The exchange rate of the Naira is bad, not because of the demand of dollar, but the exchange rate of the Naira is bad because of the unearned income that is pursuing Naira. This is the fact that we always try and avoid where the regulators and the security agencies, we put the blame on an ant and leave the elephant in the house. The elephant in the house is corruption, not bureau de change. So it's good to make that clear. The bureau de change, Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON, is the umbrella body of all the licensed bureau de change. Our sector have seen serious policy inhibitive. In 2014, just an exchange that is not a money deposit taker, you increase the capital from 10 million to 35 million, and now we are doing the same thing. Even microfinance, that is a bank, a money deposit taker, their capital base is 200 million naira. And now we are raising the capital base of a bureau de change from 35 million naira to 500 million naira. That is tier 2. Tier 1 to 2 billion. It's highly against global standard. Even in UK, capitalization of licenses of bureau de change is 50,000 pounds. Let us even use 50,000 pounds as 2,000 naira. You are talking of 100 million naira? In Uganda, capitalization of bureau de change is $13,000. In India, it's $67,000. So it's good regulators should look at standard. The president of NASIMA was saying, sometimes we are using Indigo Rangers to compare with Arsenal and the rest. These are policy mismatch. We are talking of inflation rate, we are using 28%. When in real situation, inflation rate is even over 100%. The fridge we buy last year at 47,000, today is selling over 147,000. So what are we talking? Inflation created uncertainty. I like Nasima. He said all of us are mala here. Who can tell me that he's not afraid of the way the naira is depleted? The purchasing power of the naira is constantly depleting. People are in misery level, and then you expect their naira to be stable? It's not possible. Where is the productivity? Zero level of productivity? A consumer nation for that matter? Where we don't produce anything, even the ones that are producing are going. Take the issue of Japa. For me, Japa is a leadership failure. We should not even celebrate it. Because let us look at some of the things we are doing. So engagement, collaboration is important. Most of the time, what we receive from the regulators is very, very bad. With due respect to the representative of the governor, when he was trying to justify the cancellation of license, he said unwholesome practices. The exchequer of UK cannot in a public forum come out here and say Travelex is doing money laundering. This is perception of the country. Nigeria is grey-listed by Financial Action Task Force. So if we did not, our leaders cannot protect their operators in media and saying they are associating them with money laundering, with terrorism financing, those countries are looking and they are writing. And the next time they come, if care is not taken, instead of going out of gray list, we are going to go to blacklist. So please, public countenances about a subsector is very, very important. It's government, even the security agencies. We are putting our house in order as an association. We embrace innovation. When you are in uncertainty, what do? You should look at yourself first. Where are you as an individual? Surprises are normal, but resilience is the new skill. As we read the church, we are resilient, we are willing to work and partner with the central bank and also with the security agencies. So part of our approach to the central bank is engagement. How can you come from nowhere? Yesterday, all of us cannot sleep from 35 million, you say it's 500 million. What you are trying to avoid, if care is not taken, you are saying PDC are money launderers, are agents of terrorism financing, you will meet it in the future. Because at the end of the day, it's these people that have this money that's stolen that will come and hijack the sector, and that's another money laundering that you are going to face in the future. So our own request is for the Central Bank of Nigeria to engage with us to see how we can help them. We are not fighting Central Bank. We are only saying let's work together. We have put innovation, we have embraced innovation. We do our operations online real time. We are integrated to Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, where we can render suspicious transaction return and cash transaction return. So the government should be the catalyst, especially the Central Bank of Nigeria. The president of Nasima was saying when we change our currency, people abandoned Naira and they were using safer. Right now, we have over 34 million youths on cryptocurrency platform. Over 34 million Nigerians are in cryptocurrency platform. We deleted MGN on all those platforms. Guess what will happen, Nigerians? There is nowhere in most of these West African countries where Naira is not collected. So regulators should work with operators to even understand how the market operates. As you are here now, you can exchange Naira in Benin Republic. You can exchange Naira in Sudan. People abandon the platform. They are now using Naira to buy safer, to buy CDs in Ghana and continue their transaction on the crypto platform. Who is losing? We're losing. We need to be holistic. Instead of always thinking we want to attack the sector, we're all knowledgeable. Most of the time, the perception is it might not be really change. That is the perception. I want to assure this house, this sector is beyond Malam Bureau de Change. It's beyond Bank of the North Bureau de Change. We have engineers, we have lawyers, we have bankers, we have everyone of the society in our subsector. So we are working hard to help the central bank. Let me tell you some of our achievements over the past years. Why the reason of even intervention into this PDC subsector is to converge, is to close the gap. We have achieved that for CBN several times. In 2006, when there is a spike, wider volatility, the central banks have tried several measures. Whole Dutch auction system, retail Dutch auction system, license control, import licenses, Naira continue to depreciate. Until the first time in 2006, during Professor Charles Solido, I have tried all measures, yet Naira continue to depreciate. That is how they made a research. By then, it was practiced in Kenya, and they borrowed from Kenya, and we filled the gap for them. Not long ago, recently, willing buyer, willing seller, net open position, name them how to curb volatility. It has not worked. The moment there is state who have been withdrawn, suspended from the market for almost 3 years, and volatility continues. When we were suspended in 2031, the exchange rate in the market was 500 Naira to $1. But in 2024, when we are about to come back, the exchange rate is 1,915. It was pundits were even targeting it at or above 2,000. The mere announcement that central bank wanted to start intervening in this BDC subsector, dollar even crashed below 1,000. The BDC have done that role for the Central Bank of Nigeria. So you see, it's not a rocket science. The exchange rate of a country is its own oxygen. I always remember my Oga, Ruhane here, who we all follow, is our own oxygen. And we must do something outside the box. It's not Harvard theory that we'll always be using. We should work outside the box. The fundamental is there is liquidity crisis. So what do we do to address liquidity crisis? Dr. Tariba have said it. How can you float when you don't have even enough reserve to defend it? Countries that those floating, they have enough reserve to sleep. Saudi Arabia now, here now can say, I want to float because their reserve is in 500, 600 billions. So not to me that we are still trolling to even raise our reserve bill above $35 billion. So we need to defend our currency because it's the oxygen of our country. A lot of things are going on. Inflation is there. We need to change the conversation. That is another thing when we are facing uncertainty. Let's change the conversation. Our brother here, the president of NASIMA, have said so many things on how we are going to change the conversation. We should move from economic theories always and adopt some certain practical happening in the economy. We are willing to work with the central bank, with the security agencies. We had meeting. There was one meeting we went. 95% of the intervention, another conversation we should be asking. We do respect Professor Taliba and Mauga, Dr. Ruwani. CBN is intervening billions of dollars. Out of this intervention, it's only 5%, about, if it is up to 5%, that is going to the BDC subsector. Sir, where is the 95% being channeled for? that we are still having volatility. And yet, when there is an issue to defend, they will not be attacking the Bureau de change. Where is the 95% being channeled for? The 5% that is being channeled for, take care of the retail end of the market. Somebody that wants to buy spare part for his computer. Somebody that wants to buy screen for his phone. Somebody that wants to pay school subscription. Now, most of you are journalists, bank where their counter is even higher than receptive to you. They will even scare you. How many of us can go to banking hall and say, I want to do $100, $200 transaction? They will not even look at you. That feeling, you will not even have it. So we are not competitors. But we are in a country whereby always interest is the one that is used to determine a policy. No any other country, that bank is the agent of IMTSO. In India, it's the Bureau de change that are agent of IMTSO, International Money Transfer Operators. But in Nigeria, bank, they will say that, wow, we are the grandfather of this sector. Over 90% of these diaspora remittances that we are saying, according to the SA of the president, is externalized. It's not even coming. 90% of it, Nigeria should earn about 24. In fact, it's the hanging fruit. I appreciate my Dr. Toriba advocacy of selling our asset. But sir, if we can all put our hands together, come to the same room and analyze this thing, there is no any shortest and immediate strategy that will give us the deserved foreign exchange that will enhance our buffers like the diaspora remittances. We have
now had opportunity to listen to everybody that is on the panel. A discourse out of the conversation, if we borrow from the theme. I want to, we have Labour represented by its president, Bureau de Change represented by the president of the Association of Bureau de Change in Nigeria, Malam Guadabe, and Labour, very important group in the economy, and Bureau de Change, very important group in the market. Central Bank championing the process of enabling us to get, more value out of the, foreign exchange markets, out of the financial system. And we have with us the sage, the erudite BJ, Mr. Biscon Tv himself in the room, to help us shape, the dialogue. So I want to ask Mr. Guadabe, the central bank, in particular, the central bank governor, and that made new announcements about the amendment. I read in the news even this morning, new amendments, to your regulatory framework. I want you to briefly, let us know how you perceive these new amendments. I read issues like the prohibitive fees that you were being asked to pay. I read that these have been dropped and removed. So very briefly, just tell us. In particular, you've said that you were excluded from the market since 2021, And it is this regime in the central bank that has brought you back, to the table. So tell us, up to the latest amendment, how you think that impacts what you do, and that impacts the outlook, of your segment of the market, briefly. And then I'll move on to the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress.
Thank you very much, sir. Like you have seen in the paper, even though I want to appreciate the management of the central bank, it's the first in history that the central bank come up with a draft guideline during this new management that we should put our input. So we appreciate that magnanimity because it's the first time it happened. Most time there are no draft input for public or for the subsector to put their own contributions. So it's the first time we have seen that, even though we are only given 1 week notice to put our input. It was hurriedly done. We are not able to go around and conduct our members for more input, but we appreciate that. However, our reaction to the new policies are, like I've said, we are talking from 35 million to 2 billion naira, for instance. Imagine what thousands of percentage. So it will lead to loss of professionalism. It will lead to loss of investment. It will lead to loss of skills. These are players or operators that have been in the market since 1986. And one day you wake up and said, I have withdrawn their license, come and reapply. We felt it's not fair. What normally happens in the banking sector, in the micro bank sector, they said come and capitalize. As we speak to you, we are confused. As an existing bureau de change, am I recapitalizing or am I reapplying? I'm happy Prof. Ruane is here. We share this terminology. For me, there is a lot of confusion. 2 years was given to the banks to capitalize, so we're only given 6 months to raise 2 billion naira. Imagine Money Point, Kuda Bank. Kuda Bank wanted to remit $200 million profit before the CBN stopped them. This is just a microfinance bank, sir. And they were giving 1 year, 2 years to capitalize. And they were giving Bureau de change with 2 billion naira, 6 months to capitalize. So this is not right. We feel the CBN should review. There are so many other things in the reform. We are not against reform, sir. Even the central bank was a subject of reform. There used to be Naira and Kobo in Nigeria before the establishment of central bank. Reform is to put orderliness, to put sanity, transparency, and so many other things. So please, we are appealing to the Central Bank of Nigeria to review the capital, to reflect standard, global standard. I've given some figures in other countries, and also the timing is too short, so as we can all belong to Nigeria. If not, the reaction is that politicians will come and hijack the sector.
Okay, so I wanted, some summary. You started by appreciating the central bank for some of the positive things they've done towards, okay? But then you also are saying, please don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And that don't revoke licenses. BJ wants to.
And there's supply and demand. There are two different things. Even if the market structure is very efficient, put all the capital structures in place, if there's no supply, the price will run away. So there's a fundamental issue of where are the dollars coming from. If Nigeria doesn't have the dollars, they don't have the dollars, period, end of story. We have to deal with that. Secondly, the structure. The Central Bank of Nigeria, not this administration, prior administrations, were licensing bureau de changes for themselves. that the abuse of the bureau de change sector was mainly the handwork of central bank of that time. And then later on, you now turn around and say this bureau de changes and all that. So there's a lot of inconsistency and contradiction. So one, I think there's an attempt to sanitize the market, change its structure, but there's a fundamental issue of supply. Secondly, there's a big difference between if you are fighting terrorism, you fight terrorism. If you are addressing the value of the currency, that's the difference. You do not commingle the two things. If not, you are going from a simple equation to a quadratic equation with many unknowns. So my suggestion is that there should be communication between the operators, the policymakers, and the regulators. Two, that the structure of the market, the more the players, the more efficient the market. One. Two, if there is no supply, you can have the best structure in the world, the currency will depreciate. If there is supply because you've earned the money from oil, from invisible services and all of that, if you earn that, your currency will appreciate. So currency volatility is a natural factor of markets. You look at other currencies, look at the Ghanaian cedi, look at the South African rand, so let's not, the central bank cannot print dollars. Even if they had the machines, it would not be accepted. The only thing they can do is to earn the dollars and have an efficient, transparent market, in which case you have an auction. If there's a bidding system, out of that auction and price discovery, you will find a true price. It's intervening, defending, and all of that are only temporary measures. The market will find its value. Nobody goes to determine the price of yam. Nobody goes to regulate the price of gari or beans and all of that. The foreign exchange is a product which is in the market, and we shouldn't make too much meal of it. Before the Brexit, the pound-dollar rate was as 1.6, right. Now, after Brexit and Liz Truss became Prime Minister, it went to almost £1 to $1. So what? Now it's going back. Now we have elections on July 4 coming. The currency will continue to oscillate. But what you do as a central bank is to intervene in it to bring some kind of stability, but without losing focus on the fundamentals that make a currency, which is your balance of trade, your receipts, your terms of trade, and more than anything else, here are oil, gas, cocoa, and other exports. If you're not exporting, sorry, you just have to accept that the currency will depreciate in value. Thank you.
BDCs contribute anything to supply? Do you? Quickly.
The unfortunate thing is the regulation. The regulation said you are not an agent, so that's why many of us are doing it under the ground. But the money in circulation from the so-called undocumented bureau de change sometimes is even more than what is going in the banking sector. But because there are so many regulations, like a licensed bureau de change, they will tell you don't buy more than $5,000. When I have a customer that can come and say he wants to send $200,000 for me, but the regulation, the policy have stopped me to do it. So we are not even depending on the central bank sources window. What we are saying, other opportunities that exist for bureau de change in other climes, like the diaspora remittances, like domiciliary account process, embassy account inflows, oil inflows. These people, suppliers, are more comfortable with a simple bureau de change than a complicated and complex bank. So they should open that field, make it flexible and accessible and allowable for the bureau de change. Then you can see the official statistics. Over 60% of school fees is not sourced through the banks, it's sourced through the bureau de change operators. Thank you very much, sir.
I've really enjoyed the contribution of my friend from the Bureau de Change Association. But you see, I had a lot of things to say to you. I had a lot of education to do on this matter, but I'm happy that Bismarck is here. So, and I think he's educated us very clearly. So I will not repeat what he has said, only to summarize to say that volatility of exchange rate and the correct value of exchange rate is driven by demand and supply. Ultimately, what we want to do with the structure is make sure the structure is not a problem. That's what we want to do. Make sure the market structure does not become a problem that creates an artificial increase. And one of the artificial increase that we had before, which we are clearing out, is this issue of multiple rates. Because that is a market structure problem. Because that means people are not trading within the market, doing nothing and making money. So we have to correct that. Now, I just want to say one other thing. I think I will leave the others. We're always talking, so we'll continue to talk. One issue that he has raised again and again is the issue of the size of the capitalization. Now, if you remember my remarks, I said that one of the things we want to do is make the Bureau de Change focus on its original conceived vision, which is to provide that market structure for people who need to do small transactions and do not need to go to the banks to do those small transactions. That's what they were created for. Now, if you are going to regulate an industry, the person who is going to receive that regulation needs to have enough strength, all right, to respond to that regulation. So if you are going to regulate a one-man business that is standing in the corner of the road, he doesn't have the capacity to respond to regulation because the cost of regulation is just too much for him. So that's why we are saying, come together as Bureau de Change. If you are regulating a Travelex in the UK, and you want to regulate one man that is sitting in the corner of under a tree, the regulations are not going to work in the same way. Abi? So we need us, for PDCs, to come together, form bodies that regulation is not too expensive for them. They can receive the regulation, apply the regulation, and everything will work better for everybody. For those of us who travel a lot, we travel to other countries. We see how Bureau de Change are organized. They are not under the trees. You walk into their office, you exchange your dollars and you go away. Or you exchange your currency and you go away. It's the same kind of thing we want in Nigeria. Right? And that is why we are upping the capital so that they have enough money to invest in that infrastructure to provide service and to follow regulation. Okay? So, I wanted to talk about that because sometimes when you look at a number changing, it's alarmist. But if you think about what is behind that number, what is driving it, it makes it easier. You know, I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
All the issues. We came up, he said, I don't want any layoffs, I don't want any inflation, I don't want this, I don't want that. But what do you want? That was not clear. In any case, we were able to resolve the issue. Well, the data is very clear. What we did, 30,000 naira was the minimum wage. Youth corpers, 10% more than that, 33,000 naira. The equivalent at that time was about $75. We took the total amount, what they call the sequential. So every other person, if you're on 18,000, you go to 30,000. If you're a permanent secretary on whatever it is, you got 10,000 naira more. So the inflationary impact was minimal. Secondly, we used that opportunity also to tweak with the VAT, and the VAT went up from 5 to 7.5%. So the amount of money we put into the system, the amount of money we took out was equal or more than the amount. So, and the data is here. Inflation in 2019 was 11.4%. Inflation in 2020, the year after, came down to 6%. So you could see that even though there was a wage review, which went from 18,000 to 30,000, inflation actually declined to 6% because it was well managed, anticipated, and the discussion was very thorough, right? And it happened in the month of the election. It was February. The president signed it April 18, right? So if you now, if you now dollarize, because the inflation has already factored in the exchange rate, if you dollarize the income and now if you use the dollar value and then use US inflation, you cannot use the dollar value and then use the Nigerian inflation, because that means I'm paying you in dollars, right? So you now use US inflation, which is at 3.4% now, and take it all the way down. You will now, let us say, cumulative inflation from 2019 to now in the US, because it went up to about 9%. So let's say everything put together was 15%. So if we take the dollar value and add 15% to that, right, and then bring it back, you'll find that there's enough room for you to come up with a midpoint. I'm just saying this as an economist. So a breakdown of discussion between the economy to its needs, and you can't afford it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your NLC president. So this house must not fall. This exchange rate must be strong again. So I'm thinking of a labor that uses its voice and influence to encourage, the government to do the needful to get the naira towards its true fair value. Okay? And the conversation about, what minimum wage should be paid in the light of that is then secondary. The floor is yours.
I've taken note of the points raised, but I think this is one of the most difficult periods to practice unionism in Nigeria. It's a period that you can't pin down on any economic variable to take any decision. There's no guarantee that even if you pay 650 today, that the next 3 months will be at the same digit that we were today. So it's actually difficult. Like what Otoriwanu said, rather than inflation increasing from 11%, it came down. It took a conscious effort. I have not seen any conscious effort by the operators of the Nigerian state today. And I say this without mincing words. And we are talking of reforms at the era of uncertainty. Well, increase in pump price of petroleum products, is that reform? The answer is no. Increase in tariff of electricity, is that reform? The answer is no, because I want to understand the reforms that are taking place in Nigeria, whether it's flotation of the currency, is that reform? Let us on and understand, what we meant by reform. Is expanding the net of taxes, is that reform? And all these things are bringing a lot of burden on the worker. If you check, the workers are the main people that pay actual wage, pay. They don't even have option. It's deducted from their salary and is remitted. Without, because I want to listen to your appeal. and see how to survive, and equally ask you for suggestion if you are sitting where I'm sitting today. And when you didn't even add the percentage at which the PMS price was increased from 185 to about 700 now, where you can get it. And the very moment you touch this, all other issues in the country are affected. And we pleaded with the government, because whether cost of food, education, housing, they go at that percentage or more. There's no place that house rent has not increased, transportation has not increased, food. You are talking of 30-something% on inflation. The food inflation is more than, is about 40% plus. And we keep on, appealing to the conscience of labor. But we want to know how to survive. And when this issue of PMS increase was brought up, and we challenge them when we say reverse, they say no, actually we'll go and negotiate wages at the table. They say you guys should go and negotiate wages. And we wanted to negotiate wages with them. The only thing we could get then was what they call wage award as an interim relief measure. But ever before then, President Buhari had realized the nature of the salary workers were collecting. And for the federal civil servants, he brought what he called peculiar allowance that added 40% to their earning, which if you calculate it based on 30,000 was additional 12,000. That's what is obtainable in the. And by the time we equally came up with the issue of wage award, they gave 35,000, which is neither here or there. We came up with some measures, sir, before the negotiation of minimum wage. We said, okay, can you adopt the CNG policy? It came from us. And the people Mr. President put in place say, what is CNG? And we explained to them that the CNG option will help Nigeria, and is eco-friendly. And this option, if you are supposed to fill your tank with 50,000 naira with PMS, with 15,000 you fill your tank on CNG. And if you do this, even with the cost of PMS then, the cost of transportation will go down. From even 185, it will go down, and things will start moving. But the government preferred to have abortion before pregnancy. And when we had that, sir, we deregulated, we removed subsidy before looking at what will cushion the effect. 1 year after, that cushion has not come. And we decided to adopt a palliative policy. That is what government is doing today. Government of palliatives. If they are telling you of any other reform, it's not working. Even the palliatives, they say there should be cash transfer to the most vulnerable, sir. As of today, there has never been any cash transfer. There has never been any cash transfer to anybody. So it's like we are still weighing that burden. And the wage review system, sir, is 5 years. Very sad. Because we are trying to push now so that we understand it very well. In Ghana, they review wages annually. If inflation is maybe 3%, no, that's how it's factored. Even in the UK, it's based on the level of inflation that they adjust. Yes, it's indexed. Sorry, sir, it's indexed. If we have 3%, it could be self-adjusted for that year. Yes. But you can't keep wage here, sir. Even if you give us 615 for the next 5 years, it will be meaningless. Because if you, like you said, if you people were among the people that prescribe this, it is weighing heavily on us. And we're talking about reserve, sir. You can't continue reserve when people are dying of poverty. What are you going to do with reserve? The purpose of any government is for the good of the people, whether workers or whatever. So if you are talking of reserve, saving money, economic policies, that people are going into poverty. Because one of the cardinal eight-point agenda of Mr. President is to eradicate poverty. But how many people have descended into poverty between May 29 to date? More people. So the policies we are having are leading people into clear cases of poverty. And if that is the case, like my brother asked me that, Ajay, are you going to eat naira? Money is what money can buy. That question he asked, there's no way you can eat today if you can't buy something. And for you to buy, you need money to buy. So that is what has brought labor to where they are. However, our demand, we ask them, let us index it on certain features. If inflation is supposed to be at this rate, labor will ask for this. If we check this issue of CNG, assuming it has started now, labor will ask this. With all these policies, what we are going to take will be at this level, because what we presented was a demand. And that demand won't just be there when inflation is going up and up. If you check it at this level, then even the little money we are collecting will make sense. 30,000 of any currency is a very big money. You can't pay people $30,000. You can't pay them 30,000 pounds. But when you destroy the value of that currency, we now continue to mention, the issue of 100,000, 200,000. So you equally mentioned the issue of looking at the inflation of US instead of inflation of Nigeria. Yes, if you dollarize it. Yes, if you equally dollarize it in the same context, you look at the payment per hour in the US. They pay $15 per hour or more. So why don't we adopt it here? So that we know that, we are working based on that index. And payment of salaries in Nigeria to a very large extent should be calculated based on hours. And let us see whether we have up to 30 naira per hour in Nigeria. So let us work all this, and since you are bringing all these economic policies, so that we move
ahead. Go the private sector and the public sector.
Perfectly, sir.
Government to GDP in the country is something like almost 10 to 12%. The private sector that employs the people that will have to pay this minimum wage can only pay the minimum wage from the revenues that they make, and you don't want a situation which will lead to a recession. So I'm saying that you negotiate this thing bearing in mind that it is not government and government workers. It's the private sector. And if you're a private sector company, and look at the losses that have been declared amongst companies. And if you now add, these companies are going to borrow money at certain rates, going to pay higher minimum wage and adjust accordingly, the wider implications are quite wide. Therefore, there's every justification what you're saying. If the price of petrol has gone up, price of electricity has gone up, definitely there's a need for an adjustment and an understanding of it. But you have to look at the aggregate picture, because the total amount of wages available in the economy is X. The people that would take it, if you increase the wages beyond a particular threshold, it could lead to layoffs, which is exactly what Labour doesn't want. They want fair wage, proper wage, but they don't want us to be laid off. No, I know. I'm just saying that I'm going to resolve it here.
It's not possible, sir. That is one vital point. Now that oil prices are going up, you can't continue to refine abroad. Period, you are supposed to make money through your crude, and then you are just, no refinery is working in Nigeria. Nothing is functioning. It's just like a theory of producing cassava in your farm, and you sell cassava and buy gari, finished product. You must subsidize it. Now, between the time this last subsidy was removed and now, is Nigeria not paying more money in subsidy?
Now we have to face reality, not for the purpose of sloganeering, but we have removed subsidy and we are paying more subsidy. We should tell ourselves the truth. There is no need talking of reserve, when we are going to deplete the reserve. The time of oil windfall, the Kibo Commission, all the 12 billion and all that disappeared. In this country, even when they take loan, the loan disappears. So why can't we come out openly and discuss our problem and look at the digit at which corruption is going? If we identify reserve, we solve a lot of problems. Or else, if you are building reserve, you will clear the reserve.
Okay, kindly join the panelists on stage to take.
Distinguished members of the public, panelists at today's event, President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Mr. Joe Ajero, Chief Executive of Financial Derivatives, Mr. Biscon Tv, President, distinguished invitees who attended this occasion. We thank you very much for making out time to join in the discourse to find a better life for Nigerians. We thank you for your time, your patience, and your attendance at this edition of the Vanguard National Economic Discourse. We hope to see you again when we do the discourse next year. Thank you all. We wish you journey masses back to your. Thank you very much.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go man we sabi. You got better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswa Yodalu, he sure for us. Forward ever and go. If Aswa there we will prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswa Yodalu for governor. Forward ever and go. Mama, if Aswa there we will prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswa Yodalu for governor. Sure you go vote for PDP. Oh yes, PDP. Oh yes.
Hello, I'm in Lagos, Nigeria, and guess where I am? I'm with one and only Aliko Dangote.
You're welcome, Eleni.
Great to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Listen, the last time I was here, 2016, you were dredging sand. It was just sand and marshlands.
It was just sand. You know, that was a lot of sand actually. It was 65 million cubic meters of sand, 65 million tons.
And now it's a refinery.
It's a refinery working.
Working refinery. Yes. 650,000 tons of capacity.
650,000 tons of capacity plus a petrochemical complex.
And we've got a fertilizer complex nearby.
Nearby, 3 million tons.
How do you feel that you pulled this off?
I feel great. I feel very proud as an African doing this.
But people were questioning whether you could do it. We just saw the bill rising, the price tag rising, rising.
Nobody ever expected us to pull this through. A lot of people have given up, but we've been able to deliver.
So you said it was going to be $14 billion?
Yes.
And now,
at the beginning, but there are quite a lot. Now about 18.9, about 19 billion almost. 19 billion. Yes.
And you had to become a construction company and
We
doing
had to become construction. We are the engineering, the procurement and construction contractor. So So all the others are actually just subcontractors.
So if you knew,
so we built it.
You built it, but if you like what you know now, would you do it again? Would you have done it, knowing how hard it was going to be?
Actually, you know, yes. If I'm going to do it now, I will do it better.
Yeah.
Because I've learned from experience. But if I knew what I was going to go through, I wouldn't have tried.
You wouldn't have tried?
No,
but people warned you, don't do this.
They did, but I thought they were just trying to discourage me, you know, but I've done that. There are other countries in Africa that, all the African countries that have been trying to build refineries, they have not been able to. There has not been a refinery in the last 35 years.
And I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is?
So many issues.
Tell me.
There are many. I can't count them, but there are so
Is it
much.
money? Is it political will?
It's not only the money, money, political will, and also people who are benefiting from this whole stuff of importing petroleum products into Africa are actually discouraging those governments from building a refinery. And, you know, they won't get the loans anyway, because they don't have very strong banks. The international banks will not support anything like this.
You're a true African industrialist and you've achieved so much.
Yes.
We're talking about industrializing the continent, creating a more connected Africa.
Yeah.
Do you believe that can be done?
I think it can be done, but we have to make sure we focus and say that, look, we are the only ones that can deliver. We Africans are the only people that can develop Africa. If we are waiting for foreigners or foreign investors to come and develop Africa, it will never happen.
So what's next for you now? What are you going to do next? You bought a lot of cranes, so you've got to put them to work.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we will keep looking at the next opportunities, petrochemicals, upstream. We will look at those opportunities and keep flying. The sky is the limit.
Who's your guy? Now Olumide Apata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbavo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oluji, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
Admission of the African Union on a permanent basis. And I'm very proud to say that this was an initiative that was personally led by my Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. We were very honored during the G20 to have the participation of Nigeria, not just in the G20, but also in the Voice of the Global South summits that both preceded and succeeded the main summit. Now, I refer to the non-aligned meeting, I speak of the G20, because in many ways, they are examples, recent contemporary examples of the global conversation that we have. And this global conversation is actually focusing on the advancement of the global south, because without the advancement of the global south, we are not going to see planetary progress. But this global conversation, by its very nature, is constantly distracted. Some crisis happens, some big event happens, some other agenda comes in place. and the global conversation then wobbles, it goes off track. People lose that sense of focus about what are the priorities. So, one of the big achievements of our G20 presidency was that after some experience with a very polarized, divided world, which was very much, I would say, focused on one particular region, we were able to bring back the attention of the G20. We were able to bring back the attention of the world. We were able to bring back the attention of the global south on the issues that really count to. And those issues are those of sustainable development goals, of clean and green growth, of women-led development, of health, energy and food security, of digital public infrastructure, of indeed of our way of life and of our planet's future, and of the fact that the growth of the majority of this planet should not be traded against arguments of the well-being of the planet. Both are possible if only we fashion our policies correctly. Now, as I said today, one part of the debate is what is actually the global agenda. I gave you some examples. And these examples actually point us in a certain direction. They point us in the direction, obviously, of progress, where every society, in a manner in which it is itself comfortable, is able to advance, where prosperity is not the privilege of a few, where growth is robust, is sustainable, is green, where there is security, where there is stability, and where, as I said, the basic needs of food, of health, of energy are met, where climate action advances along with climate justice, and where the focus of the world, as it rightfully should be, must remain on Agenda 2030. And I can tell you that for me, perhaps really an objective assessment of our own G20 presidency was when I went at the end of September to New York and I heard from the Secretary General of the United Nations his appreciation that once again the conversation was on the right issues, that the SDG summit, the summit of the future that will happen later this year, these will be taking up what concerns the majority of the people of this planet. And it concerns them because whether we speak about our domestic policies at home or whether today we debate international relations abroad, the simple principle that must guide global governance, global conversations, global debates is a conviction that no one should be left behind. And when we speak about no one being left behind, I think the welfare of Africa is particularly important. In fact, I would say the rise of Africa is even more crucial because in a changing global order, we have seen growth in continents once they got decolonized. That growth over a period of time created a rebalancing, a political rebalancing and an economic rebalancing would have a fairer and more equitable say in how the world is. So the global agenda in many ways today is about restoring the world to its natural diversity. Because the world was diverse, the world is diverse, it was distorted by the period of Western domination. And in a post-colonial world today, restoring that natural diversity is actually our collective objective. Now, what are the challenges to that process? One, of course, is while many of us attained independence. We have all built our nations and societies. The reality is also that the old domination has not let go. That in different ways, it may not be the imperialism of the 19th and early 20th century. But in different ways, today, many of those who dominated the world for the last 200 to 300 years continue to do so with new instruments, with new regimes, with different techniques. And how do we contest that? How do we overcome that? How do we make sure the world is a fairer place? That is challenge number one. Challenge number two is of a more recent vintage. We have, for the last 3 decades, spoken about globalization. Globalization has been a game changer. Some people argue that there was always globalization. People always moved from one place to another. That is correct. Of course, people moved from Africa to other parts of the world, but that's how the globe became the globe. But globalization today has a very specific sense. It is a combination of economics, of interdependence, of interpenetration, of a shared common dependence on technology, of a degree of mobility that we have never experienced. Now, while globalization has had many positive results, it has also undeniably led to very deep economic concentrations. That much of the world today depends on production of a few geographies. Now, it worked when we believed that the entire world could be run in the manner in which Japanese cars are produced in Nagoya. That everything came just in time to meet the requirements of the day. We were wrong, but we didn't know it. And then COVID came. And COVID brought home to every one of us that the most basic things of our life, we were often dependent on suppliers and producers from far. Not just dependent on them, as we discovered during COVID, we were hostage to it. That many of us struggled with masks and gloves and PPEs and ventilators and basic medicines and vaccines. We struggled for food. So, one of the big takeaways from the COVID experience is our world today needs to be de-risked from the over-concentration. That if we speak about a more balanced world, a more democratic world, democratic is not just political democratic. It is not just the rights of different nations. Democratic also means every region, sometimes every large country, must have within its own grasp the basics of its production so that it is economically and socially safe. This is our challenge number 2. Challenge number 3, of course, is the setting of narratives. And I spoke about the old domination. The old domination today doesn't tell you what to do with a stick. The old domination will tell you what to do through social media, through regular media, through devising what is politically correct, through setting standards. And this narrative setting is actually a very powerful force in international relations. There are thinking, there are ideologies, there are regimes which are raised up, brought down, made irrelevant, brought to the center through narrative setting. In all of this, of course, we have the challenges of the polarization of the world. We in India know it particularly strongly and recently because we struggled with it during our G20 presidency. That conflicts such as one taking place in Ukraine has polarized the East and the West. That developmental issues have polarized the North and the South. So how do we today talk of a global agenda where the globe itself is so divided? That is a challenge in itself. There are, of course, the traditional, what are called global issues. These are challenges which threaten every nation, but are bigger than what could be contained within the borders. So it could be terrorism, a challenge which I know Nigeria has had to experience in its own way, like we have had to in a different way. Or maritime security, piracy. Challenges, of course, of climate events that we are seeing more and more frequently. So these are some of the challenges that we have to overcome if we have to really get along with the global agenda. Some, as I said, are traditional, some have evolved, some are more recent. When I spoke about globalization and concentration, a different challenge emerging out of that is how globalization itself has been weaponized. That today, currency is a weapon, trade is a weapon, tourism is a weapon. That dominant players, they may be dominant as producers, they may be dominant as consumers, that they often, with very little hesitation, leverage their market shares on the global system for their particular national needs. And of course, underlying all of this, since this is an institute dealing with international affairs, is a challenge that we know very, very well, which is a world order that was devised in 1945, when the members of the United Nations were roughly 25% of what they are today. And that world order continues obstinately because those who are in the driving seat don't want to create more seats for other people to be at that seat. So these are really the global agenda challenges which in different ways are obstacles for achieving what we actually all implicitly or explicitly have arrived at as our objectives. Now, in this topic and even otherwise, I think you would all be conscious that we have started using the word global south more frequently, more loudly, I would say more effectively. And you know you're effective when there is an industry questioning that there is a global south. That people write columns saying, what is this term global south? It doesn't make any sense. Why are they doing it? So when people start protesting at what you're doing, you know it's working. So what is the global south? Because all of us are asked that question, particularly from people who are not the global south. Because remember, if you are from the global south, you have no problem understanding it. It's intuitive. So I would say global south, most of all, is a mindset. Those who have it, have it. Those who don't have it will never get it. But it is a mindset which has some core principles. These are principles from our habits, from our political culture, from the way we have practiced international relations over the last 60, 70, 80 years. For example, non-intervention. For example, non-interference, or being non-judgmental, or non-alliance. But I have given you 4 nons, so let me give you a positive definition. Global South is finally about solidarity. Global South means having a heart. Global South means willing to share. So when people say, okay, tell me, how does this Global South work? I give them an example from our own experience. I tell people, look, in my country, we were still vaccinating people when we started supplying vaccines to 100 countries world. And I compare it to global north, where there were countries sitting on vaccines 8 times the number of their population, and they wouldn't give it to a small island next to it. That is the difference to me between global south and global north. So, how does the global south today deal with the global north, or with the global agenda? I think in many ways, by obviously being empathetic, by understanding the problem, by being respectful, by recognizing that every country has its sovereignty, every country has its culture, every country has its tradition. And solutions must be found in a way in which they are not imposed, that they are organically owned by the society which is actually going to be implementing that solution. And I would also say today that an important part of that is beyond politics, beyond economics, beyond technology, to also remember who we are and to factor in culture, traditions, heritage, because these are part of our DNA. We all are more comfortable with change, of progress, and because the capacities have grown, the capabilities have grown, but the willingness has always been there. Today, our ability to share has increased. So let me share, speak to you about some very practical way, because one part of it is to say, yes, we are global south, we should be sharing, we should be doing good, we should be helping each other. Okay, nice words. What does it mean in reality? I'll give you 7 or 8 examples. One, I would say, where India can really make a difference in respect of global south is on digital public infrastructure. The biggest change which has happened in India in the last decade, and believe me, you have to come to India to see what I would describe as a veritable revolution, is the fact that we have created a digital backbone, and on that digital backbone today there are delivery of programs and benefits to citizens on a scale, efficiency and honesty which could not have been imagined. Where actually 2/3 of the population can get food without it being pilfered. Where loans are given to 1/3 of the population without somebody taking a cut. Where those who are really in need of health support can demonstrate their eligibility and get free or subsidized health services. Where today 200 million people have actually, in the last decade, since 2014, 200 million people have got new homes. So the scale of what has happened in terms, once you leverage the digital system as a governance system, is something which we believe can be a very, very important contribution to the global south, and one obviously in which we are willing to be a technology partner and support. I spoke about vaccines, but health issues did not go away once COVID receded. And if you look around the world, one of the biggest challenges which countries face is the cost of the health system. These are not just developing countries. Developed countries have a huge problem with the health system. Many of them can't afford, their citizens are outside the health system because of the cost. Today, again, we have tried to create nationally for 1.4 million people a system of low-cost medicines which is primarily based on generics, where through bulk purchases, through making it accessible on a large scale, we are able to dramatically reduce the cost. These are called people's pharmacy, and this is really, I would say, this is not rocket science. It is a good example of political will, inventory management, and a feeling for those who are vulnerable, who could not afford medicines. We spoke about space. The lunar landing was one demonstration. But again, space is a domain which holds so much possibilities for development. That from space, and it could be space, but again, I talk of a much lower orbit technology, drones. That application of space assets, use of drones today, have again tremendous implications for our daily life. Or indeed, the support which we give to each other. India today has executed 600 projects in 78 countries across the world as part of that global South solidarity. So I mention all this because it's one thing to speak about solidarity, to refer to cooperation, and we are all genuine in that expression of solidarity. But what has changed is today the ability to translate that sentiment into practical activity, into assets, into solutions. That in a large part of the global South, certainly I would say from the east coast of Africa probably till the west coast of Australia, we are today a first responder. If something happens, more likely than not, you will see Indian forces out there among the first to go. So, to me, Global South is actually a movement whose spirit, whose sentiment, whose commitment needs to be harnessed for the betterment of South-South cooperation through bilateral relationships. But we can find ways by which we share experiences, where we reinforce each other, where in many ways we actually complement our capabilities. It is in pursuit of those objectives that I am here. I will be going on tomorrow to Abuja to discuss with my counterpart how to take these practical things forward through a joint commission. But I am really very appreciative today that you have given me an opportunity to share these sentiments with all of you. Thank you very much.
Can ask for contributions will be here till tomorrow morning. I'm sure you know that. Nevertheless, I'll ask for one or two, and then let me be a dictator here. I will not recognize any contribution from any member of the Indian delegation. I won't. So at this time, I will limit it to Nigeria, because you have the foreign minister. You will always have. We won't. So permit me to ask Nigerians, one or two Nigerians, yes, Professor Tony.
Well, thank you so very much, Your Excellencies. It's really a great pleasure to be here. I want to ask you two questions.
That's a very long-standing friend of yours.
Development, a friend of mine writes, is attitude. And India has shown an evolving attitude. 1991, India had less than 3 weeks trading money in its foreign reserves. Today, India is overshooting the so-called miracle economies of Southeast Asia. We watched globalization evolve. We saw American scholars like Stevens begin to talk about globalization and its discontents. At that time, Indian academics like Jagdish Prabhuati argued in defense of globalization. India has systematically built all that attitude into a super time. I remember a friend of mine wrote a story at India back in '94, wrote a case study, India, Hindu elephant or Asian tiger. And India has clearly emerged as a super tiger. My question on that track is, in this relationship with a country like Nigeria, above and beyond how can the relationship create an understanding of attitude that made India travel the path that it has traveled to help a partner like Nigeria travel that path? Now my second question, and okay, or maybe I should just wrap it. 30 years ago, the Indian High Commissioner in Nigeria, Dalit Mansingh, was the Dean of Diplomatic Service. He said something very kind to me after I spoke about India and where it was going. Actually, he was his guest in New Delhi in 1997. Now, during this period, there have been many opportunities to go past, because what tends to happen, North-South dialogue was very hot. And suddenly Reagan got elected and it disappeared. How can relationships between just diplomatic niceties, in terms of between business people and peoples, sustain this kind of momentum in spite of what global politics give and take? Because this, I think, is so important in this business. I'm in Bangalore almost every year for business, as a tourist, but I see how India has changed, and I wonder how our friendship can make Nigeria change in that direction. In spite of what global politics give and take, because this, I think, is so important in this business. I'm in Bangalore almost every year.
Of colonialism. Now, we're talking about the global south. What are the thoughts of the Indian government in counteracting this new emergence of this new colonialism in various guards, and how do you bring that into the conversation with the global south? How to prevent these pitfalls? Because a whole lot of members of the global south are still falling prey to this new emergence that's emerging. Please, and thank you very much.
The basic necessity of life, we are still far away from. How do you delay? Yes, we've read Samuel Amin about the theory of delay, all this theory. They are useful, but in practical terms, it does not quantify or translate in the reality of how do India navigate the, because we are also colonized just like Nigeria. If people say it is about the number of ethnic groups in Nigeria, it has been outlined that 413 ethnic groups according to Professor Oligo Tite's book on ethnic pluralism in Nigeria. Indians too are multicultural ethnic groups. But how do we come out from this circle of underdevelopment instead?
I don't think India has difficulty to help it pull itself up. But I think that question I have to ask my friend Patu Tony to come and give a lecture on how Nigeria would do that. So it's Yes, that's what it is.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Atikeja. It's a privilege to be here, sir. Thank you so much. I listened to your presentation with very close attention, sir. During the presentation, with this catchy statement you made that struck my mind. I quote, sir, in the changing global order, the rise of Africa is very crucial, end of quote. And on this premise, I would like to ask this question. Trade in small arms and light weapons have increased criminal activities in our region, threatening lives and properties. Criminal activities have crumbled our economy in many ways. Sir, how can the Global South tackle these needs? Thank you.
I think what has happened in India's case is it's not also that our path was always linear, predictable. It had our ups and downs. But what has certainly changed, I would say, in particular in the last 10 years. And I say this as someone who's been now close to almost nearly my 50 years in government, that in the last 10 years, in a sense, there's a certain leadership, there's a vision, there's a deployment of technology, there's an understanding of technology. There is a kind of a energy in the society which has been awoken and given channels to express itself. People were always smart, but if you give people, say smart people, a sense of a startup culture, the same smart mind which would have otherwise not perhaps produced startup businesses and 100 unicorns that we have today would have returned itself away. So it's very hard to say what are the exact combination of factors which accelerate national growth and progress, or which slow it down, or which plateau it. It's a variety of these. But in fact, even the idea of what itself is progress has changed. That if one looks simply at growth rates, we had great growth rates in previous decades, but the growth rates did not translate into benefits for many sections of the society. So there were parts of the country which were racing ahead, and there were parts of the country for whom not that much had changed. So, building an inclusive society doesn't have to be a bleeding heart exercise. It's actually common sense. Because if you look in terms of predictable demand in a society, consumption in a society, so it is both the smart thing and the noble thing, the right thing. So I would say, there are aspects of our growth and development and experiences which will have relevance. We approach the world, especially countries of global south, to have viewpoint. But at the end of the day, they have to absorb it and devise their own answer. Now, the second question, if there is momentum, how do you insulate it from politics, from global politics? It's a tough moment. I just look at the last 2 years, or I'd say last 5 years. Before us, Indonesia was the chair of the G20. Despite Indonesia's best efforts, their G20 presidency was completely and utterly dominated by the Ukraine issue. And a whole lot of other development issues, SDG, climate, reform of international financial institutions, gender issue, food issues, they come silent. So these can happen, and I think it's again part of why we need a strong global south solidarity. is to make sure today that the world is discussing what is the real agenda for the majority of its inhabitants. That its agenda is not skewed by the interests or the concerns of a few, however legitimate those interests are. On the issue, Madam, about the how do you counteract neocolonial, in a sense, neocolonialism? You know, it is so pervasive. It's visible in so many ways, even in our daily life. It's in the newspapers we read, it's in the TV we see, it's in the football matches we watch. It is, you know, even if something unfortunate occurs, we would all like to believe that human life is the same everywhere. But the reality is, you know, enormous tragedies pass uncommented, which is not disrespecting, you know, the misfortunes of others. But the bottom line is the world is still far, far away from being a fair, just and equitable planet. And after 250 years of a certain domination, it will take generations. There was a belief initially once we got independence, now everything will be all right. Now we are struggling for economic strength. Most of us believe if we are economically stronger, everything will be all right. But I tell you, it will not. Because there will be cultural issues. There will be norms, there will be standards. So, how do we actually get something which is more mutually respectful? Not just as a diplomatic gesture, but as a societal behavior. This, I think, is a very hard challenge that awaits us. And I think this is one of the things that the Global South should collectively strive for. The paradigms, you know, of development, I go back to the gentleman on the left. You know, it's not a question of any country offering lessons to another. But I would make one point. Again, I'm speaking from our own experience, understanding. One of the big changes which has happened in my country in the last decade are very basic changes. One is connecting houses to fight water. It's a very basic change, but it's a very big change. But a decade ago, a very large part of our population used to go and get the water from the nearest collection point that they have. Now, once you give them piped water, or once you give them electricity, it's not just a comfort of life, you're actually changing system. So, to me, basic things, you know, our Prime Minister likes to say, you know, a lot of it is about technology, a lot of it is about tradition. Now, basic things are as important as the biggest thing. In fact, one can be used to deploy here. And the last point here, the rise of ambition. You know, I know, you know, there are some particularly daunting challenges that different countries are facing. My point is this: the world will not be multipolar, the world will not be truly diverse, the world will not have a true sense of participation and ownership if 54 countries of the world are left out of the manner in which the world is discussed and run. And when we became independent, there was a widespread belief that India's independence was not complete till Africa got its independence. Today, I would say our growth and prosperity will also not complete until we see that Africa too has got what is rightfully theirs.
a diplomatic lecture. I wish you will come back when you're a professor. What I'm going to say to us will be more direct, but thank you very much.
We must give him special thanks for that and please rise and give him a standing ovation. Thank you all for coming. We now take the national anthems, first of India and then of Nigeria. National anthems.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravid, Uttara Banga, Indra, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchchal Jaladi Taranga, Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mange, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha, Jana Gana Mangal Dayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
Well, the theme was resetting the global agenda, the role of India and the global south. This was to take advantage of the visit to Nigeria by His Excellency, the Indian Minister of External Affairs. And so we thought the discussions, the conversations that have been going on about the need to recalibrate the global order, the search for global justice, the search for global equity, all of those issues that have been thrown up by the experiences that we had in the days of COVID, the demands for the democratization of the multilateral institutions, especially the demand for permanent seats for the Global South in the UN Security Council, those kinds of issues that have led to the strengthening of what long ago Professor Bolaji Akinyemi called the concert of medium powers, which today you would find in agencies like BRICS and so on. Those kinds of things needed to be brought fully to bear. So we wanted to see how India could, as a great power in the world, collaborate with other great powers in the world like Nigeria on these kinds of issues. Well, it's a more historically embedded component of that relationship. You may know that India opened diplomatic ties with Nigeria at least 2 years before Nigeria became independent. You know, that's how much India has been in the forefront of solidarity with Nigeria. India has common interests with Nigeria. India is a major contributor to UN peacekeeping operations and has collaborated with Nigeria in this regard. India has helped, to build the military academies in Nigeria. The NDA was actually midwifed by the Indian military, and we have the Naval Academy in Onne. All of these things suggest and show that India is a great partner with Nigeria. But don't forget that we've also had larger global frameworks and networks, beginning with the non-aligned movement and all of the things that have gone on. Most recently, India had the presidency of the G20. Nigeria was there. When the BRICS, Nigeria has also partnered with India in these areas. And most of all, Nigeria has a bilateral, very strong bilateral relationship with India, and there's the Nigeria-India Commission.
Who's your guy? Olumide Akpata. See as we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oluji, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
Hello, I'm in Lagos, Nigeria, and guess where I am? I'm with one and only Aliko Dangote.
You're welcome, Eleni.
Great to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Listen, the last time I was here, 2016, you were dredging sand. It was just sand and marshlands.
It was just sand. That was a lot of sand actually. It was 65 million cubic meters of sand, 65 million tons.
And now it's a refinery.
It's a refinery working
refinery. Yes. 650,000 tons of capacity.
650,000 tons of capacity plus a petrochemical complex.
And we've got a fertilizer complex nearby.
Nearby, 3 million tons.
How do you feel that you pulled this off?
I feel great. I feel very proud as an African doing this.
But people were questioning whether you could do it. We just saw the bill rising, the price tag rising.
Nobody ever expected us to pull this through. A lot of people have given up, but we've been able to deliver.
So you said it was going to be $14 billion?
Yes.
And now,
but there are quite a lot. Now about 18.9, about 19 billion almost.
19 billion.
Yes.
And you had to become a construction company and doing
We had to become construction. We are the engineering, the procurement and construction contractor. So all the others are actually just subcontractors.
So if you knew,
so we built it.
You built it, but if you like what you know now, would you do it again? Would you have done it, knowing how hard it was going to be?
Actually, yes. If I'm going to do it now, I will do it better.
Yeah.
Because I've learned from experience. But if I knew what I was going to go through, I wouldn't have tried.
You wouldn't have tried?
No.
But people warned you, don't do this.
They did, but I thought they were just trying to discourage me. But I've done that. There are other countries in Africa that all the African countries that have been trying to build refineries, they have not been able to. There has not been a refinery in the last 35 years.
And I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is?
So many issues.
Tell me.
There are many. I can't count them, but there are so
Is it
much.
money? Is it political will?
It's not only the money, money, political will, and also people who are benefiting from this whole stuff of importing petroleum products into Africa are actually discouraging those governments from building a refinery. And, they won't get the loans anyway, because they don't have very strong banks. The international banks will not support anything like this.
You're a true African industrialist and you've achieved so much.
Yes.
We're talking about industrializing the continent, creating a more connected Africa.
Yeah.
Do you believe that can be done?
I think it can be done, but we have to make sure we focus and say that, look, we are the only ones that can deliver. We Africans are the only people that can develop Africa. If we are waiting for foreigners or foreign investors to come and develop Africa, it will never happen.
So what's next for you now? What are you going to do next? You bought a lot of cranes, so you've got to put them to work.
Yeah, I think, we will keep looking at the next opportunities petrochemicals, upstream. We will look at those opportunities and keep flying. The sky is the limit.
May 29, 2023 marks it 1 year ago President Bola Tinubu took the oath of office as the 16th leader of Nigeria. It is a milestone that evokes serious reflections given the electoral promises of every occupant of that office and the country's existential challenges that need to be tackled. He took over from Muhammadu Buhari, who stayed 8 years in the saddle. At his inauguration at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Tinubu was declared winner of the February 25, 2023 presidential election under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC. The President Tinubu-led administration has decided to make the anniversary a low-key celebration amidst the current situation of the country due to the policies and reforms made by his government. During his inaugural speech on May 29, 2023, President Tinubu said these 3 words, "Subsidy is gone," which led to the current pain and sufferings on many citizens. He later floated the naira to compete with the dollar as a means of stabilizing the volatility in the forex market. The abrupt removal of subsidy by the Tinubu administration has drastically affected the economy and the standard of living in the country, as the level of hunger in the land has been unprecedented. Few weeks after the president's inauguration, prices of food items, transportation, and essential goods skyrocketed. Hunger, starvation, and lamentation have become the order of the day. Despite the worsening state of electricity supply, tariffs have also been increased. The exchange rate has worsened, thereby making the naira worthless. Also, the current administration in the last 1 year has been characterized by tax burden of all sorts, among others. All these were as a result of the removal of the subsidy on petrol and some other tough decisions taken by the administration. With hastiness and lack of prior consultations over how to mitigate its inevitable searing pains on its reforms, this was where the government got it wrong. Even though palliatives in almost all sectors, transportation, loan disbursement, agriculture, etc., were put in place to cushion the effect of the subsidy removal and exchange rate unification, this just had a minimal impact on the Nigerian citizens. Recently, former President Olusegun Obasanjo criticized President Bola Tinubu's implementation of the fuel subsidy removal and the unification of the exchange rate. He said while the policies are necessary, their implementation was faulty. The main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, in its criticism, says there is nothing good to cheer about in the 1 year in office of President Tinubu. The acting national chairman of the PDP, Umar Damagum, described the first-year stewardship of the president as an abysmal failure. Also, the deputy president of the Labour Party, Ayo Olorunfemi, says the Tinubu's administration had only taken citizens from frying pan to fire. With the teething problems currently confronting the country, the organized labor compromising the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC and the federal government have been on loggerhead over a new minimum wage for workers. The organized labor initially proposed 615,000 naira, which they later shifted grounds to 497,000 naira. However, Edo and Cross River states have offered 70,000 naira as against the federal government's 57,000 naira minimum wage proposal. The indexations it might have used for the figure mismatch was the headline inflation at 33.69%, the highest in 28 years, and April's food inflation at 40.53%, as reported by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS. The situation is dire for Nigerians, especially for the unemployed and the over 133 million Nigerians reported in 2022 as being multidimensionally poor. On the contrary, the president is not to be blamed for all the economic and social woes being faced by the nation right now. Before his emergence, the Tinubu government have inherited an already battered economy where corruption and insecurity nearly brought the country down to its knees. The country was bleeding and was on life support. Hence, to get out of the woods, government has to take tough decisions which might cause suffering. For instance, his predecessor spent about 7.83 trillion naira in 8 years on fuel subsidy. Reports of the NNPC Limited to the Federal Account Allocation Committee showed subsidy payments of 1.57 trillion naira in 2021 and 1.27 trillion naira spent from January to May 2022. From June 2022 to June 2023, when its termination was originally programmed, 3 trillion naira was budgeted for it. Despite the present economic realities, which has brought hardship and suffering, Tinubu, in his 8-point renewed hope agenda, has assured Nigerians to be patient with him, assuring that in no distant time, things will change for the better. Meanwhile, to mark his 1 year in office, President Tinubu says he's ready to fire underperforming ministers who failed to deliver on his administration's 8-point agenda targets set for them. Being obvious on the daunting task before him, Tinubu acknowledged that the road in the last 1 year of his administration has been bumpy and rough. Speaking when he received a delegation of the Yoruba leaders of thought at the State House, he emphasized that governance must be transformative and must address the critical needs of citizens. He said the past 12 months have been fulfilling for his administration, despite the presence of some challenges that have been addressed frontally. The president assured Nigerians that his administration will ensure they get value for every kobo spent and that his government will leave a lasting legacy of prosperity to future generations, while removing the yoke of poor governance and expanding access to qualitative public goods.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you go man we sabi. Your better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you go for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswe Odalu, he sure for us.
Forward ever and go. If Aswe there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswe Odalu for governor. Forward ever and go. If Aswe there we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. Aswe you go down low for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
Thank you for joining us today on Biscon Television News Roundup. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, House of Reps seeks 6-year tenure for president and rotation among others. Southwest governors appoint Sanwo-Olu as new chairman. In business news, NNPCL denies alleged inflated fuel subsidy payments. On the foreign scene, G7 agrees $50 billion loan for Ukraine from Russian assets. And in the weather sports, MPFL fixes new date for 8 March Day 37 fixtures. Now the news in full. On Monday, a group of lawmakers in the House of Representatives sought alterations to the 1999 Constitution to pave the way for the rotation of the presidency among the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. They also sought an amendment to the Constitution to provide for a single tenure of 6 years for the President and governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Speaking on behalf of the group on Monday in Abuja, the member representing Idiato South and Idiato North Federal Constituency, Imo State, Ikenga Ugochinyere, said the reduction in government spending and wastage, efficiency in governance and national stability by providing a single term of 6 years for the president and governors will go a long way in cost-cutting measures. In another story, the 6 governors of the Southwest Geopolitical Zone met in Lagos on Monday and appointed Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State as the new chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum. The governors met at the Lagos House, Alausa Ikeja, office of Governor Sanwo-Olu, and after 3 hours of deliberation, issued a communique. Sanwo-Olu, briefing the State House correspondents after the meeting, announced the appointment. He succeeded the late Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. Now, we told you on Tuesday that the House of Representatives has summoned the Minister of Transportation, Saidu Alkali, for questioning over the frequent train mishaps witnessed on the Abuja-Kaduna Railway corridor in recent times. This was a sequel to the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance brought to the floor during plenary by the member representing Makarfi Kodan Federal Constituency of Kaduna State, Umar Ajilo. Speaking on the motion titled An Urgent Need to Investigate the Causes of the Recurring Derailment of Abuja-Kaduna Passengers Train, which has skidded twice in the last 2 weeks, with hundreds of passengers on board, Ajilo expressed worry over the incidents, stating that across the world, rail transportation remains the safest mode of movement. The Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, who presided over a plenary following the adoption of the motion, mandated the House Committee on Land Transportation to invite the Minister and other relevant stakeholders in the railway sector to explain the reasons behind the repeated derailment and the measures taken by them to avert the reoccurrence of the unfortunate incidents. It also directed the Committee on Land Transportation to investigate the causes of the recurring derailments along the corridor train and report to the House within 4 weeks. Now, Organized Labour on Wednesday said it rejected President Bola Tinubu's claims that an agreement has been reached on new national minimum wage in his nationwide broadcast to mark Democracy Day. Tinubu had claimed that a consensus had been reached on the long-debated new minimum wage between the federal government and organized labor. In his national broadcast to mark the 2024 Democracy Day in Abuja, Tinubu revealed that an executive bill will soon be sent to the National Assembly to formalize a new minimum wage agreement. The president emphasized that his administration chose a democratic approach over dictatorship in addressing the demands of labor unions. However, in a statement, the acting president of Nigeria Labour Congress, Prince Adewale Adeyanju, said there was no agreement reached by the tripartite committee on the national minimum wage at the time negotiations ended on Friday, June 7, 2024. Adeyanju stated that rather, two figures such as 250,000 naira from organized labor and 62,000 naira from the government and organized private sector were arrived at and ought to have been submitted to the president. Also on Wednesday, Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki stated that the state government made plans for a 70,000 naira minimum wage 3 years ago, when the telltale signs began to show that the economy was going in the wrong direction. According to a statement issued by the special advisor to the Edo State Governor on media projects, Crusoe Osage, Obaseki stated this when the editorial board of Tell magazine presented him with the award for exceptional courage and leadership in Benin City. He said the state made the plans for the increase in minimum wage when he started raising the alarm on the excessive borrowings by the federal government to meet its statutory obligations. He noted that the state was on a steady growth trajectory, adding that for the next few months left for his administration, he will finish strong. Obaseki said a transition team will be set up in order to aggregate and document for the next administration all achievements, projects and undertakings in the current administration. Now, on Thursday, the Court of Appeal set aside contempt proceedings initiated by the former governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, against the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede. In a unanimous judgment read by Justice Joseph Oyewole, the court set aside the proceedings while overruling the respondent's preliminary objection, citing technicalities. The appeal court held that the trial judge failed to extend the orders of 9th February in its final judgment on April 17th. He said the second issue raised by the former governor on the interim order had become an academic exercise. The appellate court had earlier granted an ex parte motion for stay of contempt proceedings filed against the EFCC's chairman, Ola Olukoyede, by ex-governor Bello. The court granted the EFCC's application to serve the processes in the appeal by substituted means on the former governor. The court consequently adjourned the hearing of the motion and notice to May 20. In another story, the Kano State Police Command banned Durbar activities during Eid al-Kabir celebrations in the state. A statement issued on Thursday by the State Commissioner of Police, Hussein Gomel, noted that the ban became necessary to sustain peace in the state. He, however, advised worshippers to conduct their normal Eid prayers at the various designated praying grounds, as was traditionally done in the past. The Commissioner said the command would want to see continued collaboration and cooperation from all stakeholders to collectively work together to build a safer and more secure environment. He further urged the general public to keep reporting any suspicious movement of persons or items to the nearest police station. Now, a federal high court in Kano on Friday upheld the rights of movement and freedom to civil liberty of the deposed Emir of Kano, Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero. The court also asked the Kano state government to pay 10 million naira damages to the 15th Emir. In his judgment, the presiding judge of the Federal High Court 3, Justice Simon Amobeda, upheld the applicant counsel's withdrawal of Reliefs Order 1-2 on the grounds that they have the rights by the rules of law to do so, and as such, they are no longer part of the case. He also hinted that he was duty-bound to resolve the issues of jurisdiction of the court to determine the case before he delved into the main matter of the case. Justice Amobeda, while upholding the jurisdiction of the court to hear the case, insisted that it falls within the issues of abuse of fundamental human rights of the applicant, and the Constitution granted the court powers. He said the relying points of the applicants are Reliefs 2-7, seeking, among others, payment of 5 billion naira as damages for threatening his human rights. You're watching Biscon Television News Roundup. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television News Roundup. Now to business news. We told you on Monday that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has refuted reports online that it inflated the fuel subsidy payments by 3.3 trillion naira. A report claimed that a forensic audit conducted by a global accounting firm, KPMG, had uncovered a significant discrepancy in the fuel subsidy claims made by the National Oil Company. According to a report by Eyewitness Live, the audit revealed that NNPCL inflated its fuel subsidy claim by a staggering 3.3 trillion naira. The audit, which will cover 2015 to 2021, aims to verify the authenticity of the subsidy claims. The report came several months after the NNPCL's group CEO, Mele Kyari, claimed that the federal government still owed NNPCL 2.8 trillion naira for petrol subsidy payments, which the company had covered from its cash flow. However, in a statement on Monday by its Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Shoneye, the NNPC said it has never inflated its subsidy claims with the federal government. The National Oil Company said all its previous subsidy claims are verifiable, saying that all relevant records and documents have been sent to relevant authorities and agencies for audit. Now, on Tuesday, the NNPCL said it had executed a project development agreement, PDA, with Gola LNG for the deployment of a floating liquefied natural gas offshore Niger Delta, Nigeria. A statement by the Chief Corporate Communications Officer of the company, Olufemi Shoneye, said the signing ceremony, which took place on Monday, was attended by the Chief Financial Officer, Omar Ajia, NNPCL, Executive Vice President, Gas, Power and New Energy, Olalekan Oguleye, and Executive Vice President, Upstream, Orishemeyiwa Eyesan, while the Gola LNG team was led by Carl Frederick Stobel, the CEO. The PDA is another major milestone achievement towards ensuring gas commercialization through the deployment of a floating LNG facility in Nigeria, in line with President Bola Tinubu's resolve to rapidly commercialize Nigeria's gas assets for the economic prosperity of the nation. The agreement aims to monetize vast proven gas reserves from shallow water resources offshore Nigeria. The PDA also outlines the monetization plan that will utilize approximately 400 to 500 MMSCF per day and produce LNG, LPG, and condensate. The partners, NNPC Limited and Gola LNG, have both expressed their commitment to achieving the final investment decision, FID, before the end of the fourth quarter of 2024 and first gas by 2027. Now, on Wednesday, Bayelsa State Government and the Bank of Industry, BOI, announced their partnership to drive sustainable industrial and economic development in the state. Governor Doye Diri gave the assurance when he received a four-man team from the South, South, and Southeast divisions of the Bank of Industry in Government House, Yenagoa. Diri, who was represented by his deputy, Lawrence Erujakwo, said his administration would do everything within its power for the immediate and smooth takeoff of the bank's operations in the state. He disclosed the state government had already provided a temporary operational office for the bank to immediately commence its operations in the state. The governor said Bayelsa was in a hurry to catch up with other states in terms of industrial development and maintained that his administration would harness opportunities created by the bank to promote the growth of local industries in the state. You're watching Biscon Television News Roundup. Coming up next is Politics News. Stay tuned.
This is Biscon Politics. Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal has requested more interventions from the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TED Fund, to complete unfinished projects at its tertiary institutions. In a statement by the governor's spokesman, Suleiman Bala Idris, said Lawal made the appeal during an official visit to the TED Fund headquarters in Abuja. Said that the governor made specific requests for interventions at the Zamfara State University and Abdul Gusau Polytechnic, noting that the schools have a number of projects that were initiated and abandoned by previous administrations. The governor said the last time he visited Fund, he mentioned that they were like Oliver Twist, always asking for more, and now he is here again to request additional support for some Zamfara tertiary institutions. The Senate has passed the 98.5 billion naira 2024 supplementary budget for the Federal Capital Territory Administration. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced this passage during the plenary today after the consideration and adoption of a report of the Committee on FCT on the supplementary budget by Senator Mohammed Ibrahim, representing Yobe South. Before the consideration of the report, Senator Ireti Gingibe had raised a point of order to officially lay complaints in her exclusion from the activities of the Committee on the FCT of which she is a member. A point of order was noted by the Senate President, who further advised her to, in accordance with the rules, communicate her complaints and present before the House via a motion. The bill was initially passed by the House of Representatives last week. Newsmen had reported that President Bola Tinubu recently presented the bill to the parliament, reminding the lawmakers that the money was needed to address critical infrastructure in the nation's capital not captured in the 2024 budget. The Supreme Court has reserved its judgment on the suit the federal government filed to secure full autonomy for the 774 local governments in the country. A 7-man panel of the court, led by Justice Garba Lawal, today okayed the matter for judgment. This was after governors of the 36 states of the Federation, through their respective attorney generals, adopted their briefs of argument. The states, in separate preliminary objections filed before the Apex Court, sought the dismissal of the suit with substantial cost. They contended that the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Prince Lateef Fagbemi-San, who initiated the action on behalf of the government, lacked the legal right to do so. Now, barely 155 days to the Ondo State governorship election, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) announced that campaign activity should commence from Wednesday. The Commission also announced the publication of 17 candidates, their running mates, and the political parties that made the final list. In a statement signed by Sam Olumekun, National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voter Education, the Commission announced that the authenticated list containing details of personal particulars of the governorship candidates and their running mates are also available in the state and local government offices. The Ondo State governorship election is scheduled to hold on Saturday, 16th November 2024. Ahead of the September 2024 governorship election in Edo State, the All Progressives Congress (APC) in the state has petitioned the Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun, asking him not to allow the state governor, Governor Obaseki, to use the state police command to arrest its chairman, Jared Tenebe, over trumped-up charges. In the petition dated June 13th, entitled "A Case of Executive Intimidation, Political Harassment and Baseless Accusation by the Edo State Governor, Governor Obaseki," the chairman of the party in the state, Jared Tenebe, said the plan is to arrest him on Friday during the party's inauguration of its state governorship campaign council. The petition was copied to the chairman, Senate Committee on Police Affairs, as well as the chairman, Police Service Commission (PSC). That's all on Biscon Politics Roundup.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television News Roundup. It's now time for foreign news. It was in the news on Tuesday that Hunter Biden was found guilty on all 3 counts in his federal gun crimes case in Delaware. The 12-person jury found he lied about his drug use on a form when purchasing a handgun in 2018. Biden faces a possible prison term of up to 25 years, but a sentence of that length for a first-time offender is highly unlikely. The jury deliberated after listening to a week of witness testimony about the 54-year-old's drug addiction. He had pleaded not guilty to the charges, 2 counts of making false statements and 1 count of illegal gun possession. The high-profile trial comes as his father runs for re-election. It is the first time a sitting president's child has been found guilty of a crime. Now, it was reported on Wednesday that the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Hamas has proposed numerous changes to a U.S.-backed plan for a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal, which currently hangs in the balance. He told reporters in Doha that some of the changes were workable and others were not, but that the U.S. and mediators Qatar and Egypt will try to close the deal. Hamas said on Tuesday that it was ready to deal positively with the process, but stressed the need for Israel to agree to a permanent ceasefire. Meanwhile, an anonymous Israeli official said the Palestinian armed group's response amounted to a rejection. On Tuesday, Blinken said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had reaffirmed his commitment to the ceasefire proposal and that only Hamas stood in the way of progress. On Thursday, the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously rejected an effort to sharply restrict access to the abortion pill mifepristone. The decision is a major win for pro-choice activists and came 2 years after the court rescinded the nationwide guarantee to an abortion. The justices decided that the plaintiffs, a group of anti-abortion doctors and activists, did not have a legal right to sue. Mifepristone is one of 2 drugs used in the medication abortion, now the most common method of terminating pregnancies in the U.S. The plaintiffs, known as the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine, had argued that approval for the drug from U.S. Food and Drug Administration should be withdrawn. Thursday's ruling has no bearing on these laws. Medication abortion remains illegal in states that prohibit abortion. But abortion pills have acted as an effective workaround to these bans, with thousands of pills flowing into restrictive states through the mail. Pro-choice activists welcomed the continued access to abortion pills, but warned the Supreme Court's decision was a qualified victory. Now, we told you on Friday that the G7 has agreed to use frozen Russian assets to raise $50 billion for Ukraine to help it fight invading Russian forces. U.S. President Joe Biden said it was another reminder to Russia that the G7 nations are not backing down. But Moscow has threatened extremely painful retaliatory measures. Also, at the G7 summit in Italy, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Biden signed a 10-year bilateral security deal between Ukraine and the U.S., hailed by Kyiv as historic. The agreement envisages U.S. military and training aid to Ukraine, but it does not commit Washington to send troops to fight for its ally. According to the White House, the security deal means Washington and Kyiv will work to build and maintain Ukraine's defense and deterrence capability, bolster the country's defense industrial base, and support economic recovery and energy security. Meanwhile, President Zelensky appreciated his American and other allies for their unwavering support. You're still watching Biscon Television News Roundup. Up next is sports news. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Sport News Roundup. Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL) has rearranged the date for 8 match days of 37 fixtures. The game were initially scheduled for Sunday, June 16, 2024. The matches would now hold on Saturday, June 15. The matches excluded are Sporting Lagos vs Enyimba tie, as well as Bayelsa United clash against Shooting Stars, which should go ahead as according to schedule. Both matches would be streamed live. The reason for the change in dates was not given by the league organizers. Rangers, Enyimba and Remo Stars are in pole position to win the 2024 NPFL title. Erik ten Hag is set to remain as coach of Manchester United following a performance review of the Dutchman carried out by the Premier League club, British media said on Tuesday. Rumours swirled regarding the future of Ten Hag after a poor second season in the hot seat at Old Trafford, with a lowly 8th place finish in the league and group stage Champions League exit. But the 54-year-old coach did oversee an impressive 2-1 FA Cup final win against local rivals Manchester City in May to boost his chances of keeping his job. Britain's press association reported that United have decided that Ten Hag would remain as coach after spending a fortnight reviewing the 2023-24 campaign and overall first-team operation. With the former Ajax boss contract set to expire in Manchester next summer, negotiations over a contract extension have reportedly begun between the two parties. Prior to the season-ending FA Cup final, reports suggest that Ten Hag would be sacked regardless of the outcome of the match. Now, Kano Pillars caretaker coach Hamed Yaru has frowned at the performance of the match officials in the side's loss to Kwara United in Lorry. Yaru pointed out that poor officiating frustrated his team's game plan. Kano Pillars suffered a 2-0 defeat to Kwara United in Lorry on Wednesday. Kano Pillars will be in action against Plateau United in the matchday 37 fixture at the New Jos Stadium on Saturday, June 15th. After claiming the scalp of the Super Eagles in a 2-1 win in their 2026 FIFA World Cup Group C Matchday 4 qualifier at the Felix Super Stadium in Abidjan on Monday, German coach Gernot Rohr has enthused about the possibility of leading Tiny Republic of Benin to their maiden Mundial appearance. The 2026 final for World Cup, otherwise known as FIFA World Cup 26, will be the 23rd quadrennial International Men's Football Championship to be jointly hosted across the North American countries of Canada, Mexico, and the United States. It will also be the first to accommodate 48 teams, with Africa guaranteed an automatic 9 slots and an additional 1 Confederation playoff slot. Whereas Benin are drawn along with Nigeria, South Africa, Rwanda, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe in Group C, and the former Bayern Munich defender admitted that qualification for the World Cup 2026 is a distinct possibility for his side after claiming 2 successive wins of their campaign against Rwanda and Nigeria. Rohr, who saw Nigeria to her last FIFA World Cup at Russia 2018 as well as qualifying the Super Eagles to the 2019 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt, but was shown the exit after securing the team's ticket to the 2021 AFCON in Cameroon, believes he still has the magic wand to lead the recently rechristened Cheetahs to their maiden Mundial appearance. Away from that, Super Falcons striker Asisat Oshoala is confident Nigeria can end the women's football event of the forthcoming 2024 Olympics with a podium finish. The Falcons last appeared at the Olympics in Beijing 16 years ago and booked their qualification at this year's tournament in Paris after a 1-0 victory over South Africa in the final round of the qualification in April. Randy Waldron's side have been handed one of the toughest draws imaginable at Paris 2024, where they will take on Brazil, Japan, and Spain in Group C, and on paper this appears to face an uphill battle to reach the knockout phase. All of Nigeria's opponents are in the top 10 of the FIFA Coca-Cola Women's World Ranking, with the African side currently placed 36th. That is for Biscon TV Sport News Roundup.
Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News Roundup. Now to entertainment news. It was in the news during the week that Asake is set to join the list of Nigerian artists who have headlined the famous Madison Square Garden. The Nigerian superstar announced a world tour that will kick off later on July 29, 2024, with stops in Europe, America, and Australia. The Nigerian singer also announced his 2024 Lungu Boy Tour on his social media handles, while also announcing the impending arrival of his 3rd album. The tour is set to kick off with a headlining performance in Afro Nation on July 29, 2024, before stopping for another headlining performance at the Wireless Festival in London. As part of the tour, Asake will be performing at some notable arenas in the United States, including the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Toyota Center in Houston, and the famous Madison Square Garden in New York, among others. In another story, Afrobeat superstar Ayodeji Balogun, popularly known as Wizkid, has marked the 13th anniversary of his debut album Superstar, released on June 12, 2012, under Empire Mates Entertainment. The album was a groundbreaking success, launching Wizkid's career and introducing hits like Don't Dull, Pakuromo, and Holla at Your Boy to the world. In a heartfelt post on his social media page, Wizkid expressed his gratitude to God for the blessings and achievements he has enjoyed since the release of Superstar. He celebrated his journey from a young artist to a global superstar, describing himself as a millionaire in every currency and a real-life winner, while also acknowledging the support of his family and team. Wizkid encouraged his fans to strive for genuine success, emphasizing the importance of living an authentic life and avoiding deceptive lifestyles. Now, Afrobeat singer Fireboy DML has declared that Afrobeats has reached the same level of global recognition as hip-hop and R&B. In the podcast interview with Noisy, Fireboy emphasized that Afrobeats is more than just a music genre. Rather, it's a culture, a movement, and a rich history. He highlighted his unique approach to Afrobeats, which prioritizes honest storytelling and songwriting. According to Fireboy, his goal is to showcase the value and potential of Afrobeats to a wider audience, putting it on the same pedestal as other major genres. And that's it on Biscon Television News Roundup. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
On Wednesday, June 12, 2024, the Lagos State House of Assembly commemorated Nigeria's 25 years of unbroken democracy with a grand celebration at the House of Assembly complex, Alausa, Ikeja. Democracy Day, a national public holiday in Nigeria, marks the restoration of democracy in 1999 and is celebrated on June 12. Initially observed on May 29, the date was changed by former President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, in 2018 to honor the democratic election of Moshood Abiola on June 12, 1993. This election, widely regarded as the freest and fairest in Nigeria's history, was annulled by General Ibrahim Babangida's government. The event attracted numerous dignitaries, including members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, the State Executive Council, the diplomatic community, and other prominent figures. Distinguished attendees included Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, First Lady of Lagos State, Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Mrs. Miranda Mojisola Lasbat, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Adams Nohim Babatunde, Majority Leader, Honorable Ademola Kasumu, Deputy Majority Leader, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, former Governor of Lagos and former Minister of Works and Housing, as the guest speaker, Otumba Femi Pedro, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Laurent Favier, Consul General, French Embassy, Lagos, as guest speaker, Wirt Bonner, Consul General, German Consulate, Lagos, as guest speaker, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, Chairman and CEO, Nigeria Diaspora Commission, guest speaker, Professor Ehosa Osage, Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, as a guest speaker, Cardinal James Odumbaku, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman and CEO, Biscon Communication, Mr. Muda Yusuf, former Director General, Lagos Chamber of Commerce, as guest speaker, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, two-time Minister of Industry, Chief Samuel Adedoyin, founder Doyin Group, Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi, Chairman ABC Lagos Chapter, Mr. Femi Falana San, Dr. Ruben Abati, former Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity. The proceedings commenced with the national anthem, followed by a captivating performance by the Lagos State Council of Culture Dance Troupe. In his welcome address, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa emphasized the importance of celebrating and reflecting on the significance of Democracy Day. He highlighted the achievements of the Lagos State House of Assembly and the resilience of Nigeria's democracy despite various challenges.
We are gathered here today celebrating the silver jubilee of unbroken democracy in Nigeria, a milestone that is worthy of recognition and celebration. Since May 29, 1999, we have consistently upheld the principles of representation, accountability, and rule of law. We have ensured that power is transferred peacefully that dissenting voices are heard and our institutions remain strong and independent. Ladies and gentlemen, our democracy has endured despite challenges and setbacks. We have faced elections, protests, debates, and our commitment to democracy has remained unwavering. We have demonstrated that democracy is not a destination, but a journey.
Obasa paid tribute to the memory of MKO Abiola, Kudirat Abiola, and other heroes and heroines of modern democracy, including President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Tonight, we honor sacrifices of those who fought tooth and nail for democracy we enjoy today. We remember the likes of Chief MKO Abiola and his wife, Kudirat Abiola, who paid the ultimate price in the struggle for democratic governance. We remember the courage and resilience of those who stood firm in the face of oppression, who refused to be silenced, who fought for the freedom we enjoy today. People like Professor Wole Soyinka, Chief Gani Faweyimi, Chief Bolage, Chief Frank Kokori, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
The former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola, delivered a speech on federalism, the quest for a perfect union, reiterating the need for legislators to create laws beneficial to Lagosians. Fashola discussed historical constitutional amendments that have fostered a more perfect union and urged lawmakers to recommit to this cause.
We tasted federalism, I believe, in 1954 with the Littleton Constitution, and since then, its appeal has been undeniable for us as a people. That's where we have stayed. And because of our multinational, multi-ethnic, and the diversity that exists in our nation, history has been very clear that a federal arrangement is perhaps the best suited arrangement in which diversity can thrive. So for me, history is not wrong, and there is no going back about that. And I then go on to say that there are things that have happened in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, that have changed our world. As those things change, our needs will change, our wants will change, and therefore we will continue to go back to our rule book, which is our constitution, to say, how can we improve things in order to make our life, and by extension, I argue, our federation and our union more perfect. It is, for a federal community like us, a call to nation building. And we must embrace that task with all our might. It is a noble way to celebrate the sacrifice and the memory of the martyrs of our democracy. So many people have died. I urge us to rededicate ourselves to the task in earnest, and to those who come after us, they will someday be able to look back and say, wow, these people did a lot for us.
Laurent Favier, Consul General of the French Embassy, offered insights on France's perspectives on Nigeria's democratic governance, commending Nigeria's progress and freedom of speech as dividends of democracy.
I would like to rejoice with Nigerians at how far they have come, and with them to express my hopes for the future as I reflect on what democracy has been in Nigeria. Over 64 years of independence, democracy has certainly been put to the test, as Nigeria was led by military regimes for nearly 30 years. The First Republic lasted 6 years, you know, the second 4 years and 3 months, while the Third Republic ended before it ever began, as the military ruler annulled the June 1993 presidential elections. 1999 marked a turning point, while the transition from military to civilian rule and the beginning of the Fourth Republic, which turned out to become the longest period of democracy in Nigeria's political history. Coming from France, a country that proudly remembers those who helped build its institutions, its successive constitutions, the sacrifices made to protect them from authoritarian. I can only appreciate that in Nigeria today, people do not forget those who have paid the price, the ultimate price to fight for democracy and human rights. But all those as well who have had the courage and the wisdom to work towards a democratic transition.
Wyatt Bonner from the German consulate highlighted similarities between Nigerian and German democracies in various areas.
There is actually this year in 2024 an interesting parallel between Nigeria and Germany. You are celebrating now 25 years of democracy. We are celebrating right now 75 years of democracy under the basic law, as we call our constitution, that was set up in 1949 after the horrors of the Nazi regime and the Second World War. So it's a clear parallel. Currently, only last month, on the 23rd of May, we had a big festival of democracy in Germany on this occasion of 75 years of basic law. But, as we all know, democracy is not something that you just install and then leave it as it is. It doesn't work like that. All of us, whether in Germany or Nigeria or other democratic countries, we have to fight for democracy every day. And I can assure you, and that's also the feeling in Europe, in the near future we may even have to fight more for democracy, because many countries and many tendencies in some areas of the world are not in favor of democratic structures.
Honorable Abike Dabiri Erowa addressed the role of women in nation building, urging greater female participation in governance.
Now, talking about women in nation building and in the last 25 years of democracy, I'll be very brief. As women, first and foremost, who are we? What are our characteristics as women? I was in UN Beijing conference, and women, we are the heartbeat of the family. And the family, of course, is the cornerstone of the society. So we are the cornerstone of creativity, determination, and peace. And in particular, the Nigerian woman is described as brilliant, intelligent, hardworking, beautiful, has a lot of energy, and we are the best anywhere in the world. Nigerian women. You have to be intentional about supporting women. It's not just about collecting free form. You have to be intentional. Give us a level playing field. We have women that are qualified, educated, and if you say any position, we have women that can fill those positions anywhere in this Nigeria. So we are holding you responsible today. Come 2027, we want 70%.
Other notable speakers include Ugo Boni, Consul General, Italian Consulate, Johnny Baxter, British Deputy High Commissioner, Lagos, Mr. Debo Adiniro, Chairman, CACOL, and Professor Eosa Osage, who spoke on Nigeria's foreign policy in a democracy.
The entry point here would be the fact that Nigeria's re-democratization came as part of a global movement. That in fact, there was democracy's third wave, which in the 1980s and 1990s was something very, very high on the global agenda. So the world supported Nigeria to become a democracy again. And therefore, the world will take an interest in whatever happens in Nigeria. So that made democracy an integral part of our foreign policy. I'm glad to announce to you that Nigeria has a new identity. We are Africa's biggest democracy. And that confers on Nigeria the leadership that the world expects from this part of our continent and West Africa. So it's not for nothing that Nigeria's credible role as Africa's biggest democracy has led us into the kinds of movements we've had in ECOWAS and the kinds of movements we've had in the AU and in the United Nations. Now, the world is here to support us also for a second reason. Nigeria is Africa's biggest economy. And that means that the world identifies that, acknowledges it, and again must support Nigeria.
The grand event concluded with a heartfelt vote of thanks by Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa.
And we thank each one of you, starting from the first person to the last person. And I want to say thank you to those who have left, and particularly from our friends. We thank you, sirs. We thank you, we thank you, we cannot thank you enough. All you have done today is to remind the legislators, the representatives of people in Lagos State House of Assembly that we have a load of work to do. Looking at it from foreign perspective, looking at it from economic perspective, looking at it from political perspective, and generally from political perspective, that we have a lot to do to represent our people, protect their interests, and make sure their rights are well protected. And all this we want to assure you we will continue to do. We will do it in such manner that our people will continue to support our great party.
Followed by a cutting of the cake, a meticulous photo session, and the exchange of pleasantries.
If we not be men we sabi, we no go vote any other person. We no go vote. If we not be PDP, we no go vote any other party. We no go vote. That's why you that low man we sabi. Your better of them all. Now him go lead us to the promised land. That's why you that low for governor. Okay, na correct man we sabi. Deputy material 1 million yards. He go follow lead us to the promised land. With Aswa Hirodalu, he sure for us.
Forward ever go. If I swear they we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. I swear he go down low for governor. Forward ever go. Mama, if I swear they we go prosper. Alagoda we know they go back. I swear you go down low for governor.
Sure you go vote for PDP.
Oh yes.
PDP.
Oh yes.
On Friday, June 14th, 2024, Lady Mary Assumpta Inegbese celebrated her 60th birthday with a memorable Thanksgiving Mass at Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church in Victoria Island, Lagos. Lady Mary Inegbese, a prominent socialite and the esteemed wife of Chief Mike Inegbese, the billionaire car dealer and chief executive officer of Inner Mike Motors, was the center of attention. The Holy Mass was officiated by a group of clergy led by Anthony Cardinal Okuje. The celebrant was accompanied by her beloved husband, High Chief Mike Inegbese, as well as distinguished friends and well-wishers from near and far. The service commenced with a solemn entrance hymn and Bible readings from the first book of Kings and the Gospel of Matthew. In his homily, Reverend Father Oscar Obi, the assistant parish priest of OLPCC, emphasized the importance of avoiding sin and worshiping God in spirit and truth. He praised Lady Mary for her humility, simplicity, and deep faith.
Today is a special day. Today we are celebrating the 60th birthday of our sisters, especially our sister and mother, Mrs. Mary Azomta Inegbese. We thank God for the gift of your life and that of your twin sister. We share something in common because I'm also a twin. I have a sister. And so I thank God for the gift of your life, our dear sister, mother, and friend. Since I came to this parish, I've watched you closely, and your life has indeed inspired me in very many ways. Your comportment is commendable. Your humility is wonderful. Your simplicity is awesome. And so today I ask you to give thanks to God for the gift of your life. God has been good to you. These 60 years, He has been awesome and wonderful. The gift of family, the gift of a wonderful husband, always beside you, supporting you greatly. The gift of children and good friends.
Following the homily, the congregation participated in the communion rites and fervent prayers. The highlight of the Mass was the birthday Thanksgiving session, where the celebrant, joined by her family and friends, expressed gratitude to God for the gift of life. The Holy Mass concluded with a final blessing and a solemn recession. Afterwards, a grand lunch gathering ensued at Kali Restaurant in Victoria Island, Lagos. Esteemed guests enjoyed an afternoon of exquisite refreshments and breathtaking entertainment. The magnificent hall was adorned with splendor as the high-definition band serenaded the gathering with captivating music. Lady Mary's arrival was met with a standing ovation. Among the distinguished guests at the gathering, His Royal Highness Oba Lateef Atonda Adams, the Unikate of Ikate Surulere, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communications, Chief Benga Obasa, Chief Babajide Damasio, former Chairman Yoruba Tennis Club, Engineer Olawumi Gaspar, Vice Chairman Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Ike Ilo Iyado, amongst many others. The lunch gathering began with a prayer led by Reverend Father Oscar Obi, followed by a welcome address from the celebrant's daughter, Miss Rosemary Inegbese.
I just want to first of all thank you all for coming to celebrate my mother's
beautiful milestone. It's only by the grace of God she has lived to see 60 years. So first of all, we give God all the praise and all the glory that everybody is here today and we all got here safely, despite the showers of blessing earlier. And I truly appreciate each and every one of you for coming. So thank you all for being here. Please enjoy. There's lots to eat, lots to drink, lots to take away. If you can't eat, we have that provision for you. May God bless you all, and I pray this lunch is filled with joy, blessings, laughter, and peace. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Thank you all. Enjoy.
Heartfelt tributes and reflections were shared by IB Jack, the celebrant's sister-in-law, Lady Jackie, the celebrant's sister, and Prince Bisi Olatilo, who commended Chief Mike Inegbese's benevolence and praised Lady Mary's humility and modesty.
Mary is a wonderful woman of God, very fervent in the things of God, and that's why she has that name. So everything that, denotes that name, Mary, is Mary as you see her, Mary Assumpta. She's very prayerful, she's devoted to the Lord, she's family orientated, and she loves people. She's down to earth. Mary is a family person. Everyone in the family loves her. Big round of applause to Chief Mike Inegbese. So I just want to say thank you for coming, for you to be invited today to enjoy this wonderful occasion in celebrating our dear Mary. Mary, we have a whole lot of years to come where we're going to have fun, enjoy life. You know what I mean. Love you very much. Happy birthday.
As a mother to all of us, even where I'm her senior, she stands like a mother. So I just want to use this opportunity and thank her for whom she has been in the family. And I want to thank her husband, who has always been there for all of us in the family. I want to thank him that God himself will always bless him and keep him. Good health will be his portion. I want to thank my sister and her twin sister in America, that God will continually bless them.
You heard what somebody said about the woman we're celebrating today. For those of us who were in church earlier on today, I don't think we need to say anything about it. The man in church said everything about her. Very humble. And the way she dresses, she's the role model in every way. She doesn't carry it on her shoulders that she's married to one of the richest men. So ladies and gentlemen, may God bless you. You will be here for your 65th and 70th and even longer than that. Put your hands together for the celebrant again, ladies.
The event featured melodious performances by classical vocalist Precious and popular saxophonist BJ Sax, who both thrilled guests with heartwarming music and dance moments. The celebration culminated in the cutting of the birthday cake, led by the master of ceremonies, and a meticulous photo session. The toast was proposed by Rosemary Inegbese, the celebrant's daughter.
A woman that is a mother to all, a woman that is so loving, so dear, so caring. May we all raise our glasses and give a toast
to my darling mom. Happy birthday. God bless you, mommy. Cheers.
As the festivities continued, High Definition Band and the DJ took charge of the proceedings, ensuring the celebration lasted until the event's conclusion.
Who's your guy? Now Olumide Apata. See us we dey like beans and rice. Edo people, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time forever. Time to you, my people. Even if the road be rough, I know mine. Cause together we shall stand.
My people, make we all come out on election day and vote Olumide Osaigbovo Akpata, una guy, as governor of Edo State. He ready to change our story and bring better life for we and our pikin them. Vote Labour Party, the party for Papa, Mama and Pikin. Make we vote well, oh. Oluji, confirm. Now you be our guy. Labour Party, forward ever.
Olumide Akpata.
Hello. That was the Igbobi choir all the way from Lagos. Let's acknowledge them, please. Let's acknowledge them. Is there any
prove your love for me? The voices of a million angels cannot express my gratitude. All that I am and ever hope to be, I give it all to you. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things He hath done. With His blood He has saved me. With His arms He has raised me. To God be the glory for the things He has done. Just let me live my life. Let it be pleasing, Lord, to Thee. And do I give any praise, let it go to Calvary. With His arms He has raised me. With His blood He has saved me. To God be the glory for the things He has done. So God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things He has done. So God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things He has done.
up near Fadeyi and Pangrove? We have Igbobi College Choir. Can we clap for them, please? Thank you very much. It promises to be a very exciting event here today. But may I make this appeal? And this is very, very important. When we start fully, we will appreciate a no movement situation.
We thank you today for your gift of musicians. We know that every good and every perfect gift comes from you. We thank you for the custodians of the music of the divine service. We thank you for string instruments, wind instruments, percussion, and singers. This assure you of Remo Choir Festival. Lord God, we ask that you bless all who guide through the music ministry and worship. May musicians facilitate music that brings you music that transcends barrier, that divides race, class, gender, dominationalism, ethnicity, or geography. May their gifts create the atmosphere that lifts you up. For you said, if you be lifted up from the earth, you will draw all people unto yourself. Today we celebrate musicians for the healers that they are, providing light and renewal to their soul. Lord God, gracious and merciful, we pray for their strength and the strength of their families and loved ones. We ask that you continue to cause them to create and share the gift of music through instruments and voice. May they find joy in their work, and may it fill them with peace, comfort, and purpose. Fill musicians with your light and love as they generously share with the world. Lord, let all creation sing your praise as the hosts of heaven make music in your presence. Bless all musicians and all of us who are present on this occasion to worship you only, because you only can. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.